Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that around 60% of cyber attacks specifically target SAP systems? That's a staggering number, highlighting just how critical security is for businesses using SAP. Let us dive into the world of SAP S/4HANA security. SAP S/4HANA security is all about protecting your SAP system from threats and unauthorized access. With businesses relying heavily on SAP for critical operations, ensuring the security of these systems is crucial. Breaches can lead to significant financial losses and damage to a company's reputation. With the increasing sophistication of cyber threats, robust security measures are not just an option, but a necessity. Proper security helps prevent unauthorized access, data breaches, and other malicious activities that can disrupt business operations. In this course, we will explore essential security concepts and best practices for SAP S/4HANA. We will cover topics like user access management, data protection, and risk assessment. By understanding these areas, you'll be better equipped to safeguard your SAP environment and respond effectively to potential security threats. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Overview of SAP S/4HANA versions. 2. Access Control and Segregation of Duties, SOD. 3. Introduction of security in the digital core of ERP. 4. S/4HANA architecture security. 5. S/4HANA deployment options. Let's dive in.
Basically, the SAP company itself started from 1972. So there were folks from IBM who started this, and from 1972, the entire journey of SAP started, you can say. So there were 5 former IBM engineers, and the company was formed in Germany. The vision was to create a software that allowed real-time processing to enable businesses to operate more efficiently and smoothly. So during that time, there were very limited softwares which were allowing businesses to operate in a more efficient way. So that's where the journey of SAP started. And it was 1973 that the R1 layer, right now currently we are in a R3 architecture of ECC, as S4HANA delves into furthermore. But yeah, it started with R1 architecture. So this was basically a breakthrough in the business industry, allowing for integrated real-time applications. Then slowly, the R1 architecture was there. Then it finally in 1979, it was that SAP R2 was launched. So it expanded SAP's capabilities to a wider range of business processes, including accounting, manufacturing, and supply chain management. So this R2, it was a mainframe-based system. And then everything what happened in the R2 architecture was based on mainframe. So as most of you would know about mainframe, but I would just like to give a brief information about it. So mainframe is like when the companies were big, they had their own infrastructure. The data center, they had to make sure that it is secured and then it is put in place. So that was about the mainframe where the R2 was based. And then, it also provided SAP the entry into the international markets in the 1979. Then coming to 92, so that was the big milestone for SAP, where the R3 architecture or the SAP ECC R3 component was launched. So it was basically a shift from mainframe to the client server architecture. It basically made SAP accessible to a wider range of businesses. And this version was basically characterized by its modular structure, allowing companies to implement modules specific to their business needs. So when it was R2, it was like just one SAP being used for multiple businesses or industries. But with the release of R3, then specific to the businesses, R3 module was launched so that they can try to use it based on their specific industries, be it manufacture, be it healthcare, be it finance. So with the introduction of R3, that was possible. Then came the internet era and the integration era, I can say. So 2004 to 5. I mean, this was the introduction of this ECC and then SAP NetWeaver component. So ECC, when I say it's the ERP central component, as we all know, it was short form ECC. So finally, ECC was launched in 2004 and 5. I mean, during that time, it had a lot of advancements as well. So these advancements which I'm talking about, it offered an integrated platform for applications and databases, basically enabling businesses to leverage the web technologies. Since the internet was also booming during that time, so it allowed the SAP to leverage the web technologies and standardize their system across the global operations where they were operating. So from 2004-5, the ECC started, and then gradually SAP introduced the EHP packages, which we call as enhancement packages. So these were basically launched to make sure that there are regular upgrades provided, and then there's a continuous improvement in the software which is deployed. And then basically these enhancement packages were to simplify the deployment of the new software features, and then without disrupting the ongoing business operations. So earlier, whenever there used to be any upgrade, the business operations used to be halted or they were being affected. But with the launch of this EHP packages, this was made sure that without disrupting the business operations, SAP can upgrade its software and then provide the regular updates like we get in our Android or Apple phones as well. So from EHP 1 it started, and then it went on till EHP 7 as we see. So these were the regular updates which SAP used to provide. Then it was finally 2011 where the SAP HANA was launched. So SAP HANA is entirely different from SAP S4 HANA, for which this training is all about. So SAP HANA basically is an in-memory column-oriented relational database. So it basically is a database management system, which was the foundation for the advanced analytics and application. So initially, whenever like SAP used to operate, so like they used to allow flexibility for multiple databases. Like there used to be Oracle, there used to be DB2, SQL, I remember, Sybase, I remember. So all of the databases were supported. But then 2011, SAP launched this proprietary database called as HANA database. And basically, I mean, this innovation, which we are calling, it enabled the real-time data processing. So before that, I mean, we used to wait for the SAP to call the database, be it Oracle or in any other database, and then there used to be a delay in the processing of the data. So with the launch of this SAP HANA, the real-time data processing was possible, and then SAP further delved into a lot of analytics and analytical applications, which I can say. So it basically set the stage for the next generation of the business applications. Now, coming to the SAP S4 HANA, yeah, it was finally 2015 that SAP S4 HANA was officially launched. It basically represented a major leap forward. It was built on the SAP HANA platform, which was launched in 2011. And S4 HANA basically was designed to address the complexities of the digital age, we can call. So, since there were multiple business processes being formed, multiple different areas were flourishing where, I mean, they required something like SAP, which is an ERP, for their proper management and their efficiency. So SAP finally launched the SAP S4 HANA, and then it featured a simplified data model, improved performance, real-time analytical capabilities, which we will further delve into in detail in the further slides. And then finally, the main thing the SAP S4 HANA introduced was the entire shift in the UI capabilities. So as all of you have worked on the ECC, so you would have seen the SAP GUI interface, and that's the only interface even as a technical members we use and even the end users use. So even uh, if you see in the Reliance Digital or any other companies where SAP is being used, even the uh, technical users there or the end users I can call, they are also using the same SAP GUI when the ECC is still there. But with the incoming of the SAP S/4HANA, the Fiori UX interface was launched, and then it entirely shifted the perception of how SAP used to be. So SAP used, like, there used to be various concerns that, I mean, the user interface is very laggy. It is not as intuitive as we are seeing in the like the latest ones. If I call the Salesforce or the Oracle, so their user interfaces was much better, or they had improved with time, but SAP still had that thing missing. So with the introduction of SAP S/4HANA, finally the Fiori was launched, and then this Fiori entirely transformed on how SAP used to be seen in the market. So yeah, I think this is about the S/4HANA overview, which I talked about. Uh, you can go through the slides. So yeah, next comes the SAP S/4HANA key features. So I think this is what which will differentiate the S/4HANA from ECC when it comes to the business standpoint. First is the simplified data model. So yeah, so as we talked about that the database itself is an in-memory now. So since it's an in-memory database, so it is not the complex data model kind of thing that for database, SAP need to reach out to the external database and then take the data and then further do the processing. Now it's the in-memory database, the SAP HANA database, which it has. And then with the help of it, the entire data model itself becomes very simplified. And then it helps in the simplification of all the business processes which we do. So the next is the real-time analytics. So yeah, as the database is in memory, it basically increases the efficiency of the real-time analytics which we do. So if a business needs to run any end-to-end process, there is a real-time data which is available, and then you can basically try to leverage that and then increase the efficiency in which you are doing this. So if I take an example of a use case, basically, so I mean, these are all the features which you can go through later also. But yeah, I'll just like to provide a use case or a specific example which will help you in understanding that what exactly is real-time analytics, what is simplified data model, so that you can picturize it in your mind. That has helped me as well. I mean, while doing it for the client environments, I used to make sure that I get an overview of what exactly it is, and then so I think I'll just try to give you an example from one of the clients which I worked on. So if you take an example of, say, manufacturing in industry, so a manufacturing company basically will use the SAP S/4HANA to integrate its production planning and material management, like the PP and the MM modules. So this integration will basically allow the company to adjust its production schedules in real time based on the live inventory levels. For instance, say if a critical raw material is running low, so the system can automatically detect or adjust the production schedules based on the material which is running low. So the sync between the material running low and the system adjusting the production schedules is on the real-time basis, and then it will basically expedite the orders for the raw material. So the outcome of this, basically, it will make sure that the company reduces the waste from the overproduction of the materials. It will minimize the stockouts. It will improve the ability to meet the delivery deadlines without maintaining an excessive inventory levels. So earlier, when this real-time sync was not that efficient, there used to be excessive inventory levels which the company used to maintain. There used to be skipping of deadlines, and then there used to be a lot of waste also from the overproduction which the company used to do. So with the help of this real-time analytics, and the simplified data model. Uh, yeah, the all of this advantages is something which we can see for, as an example from a manufacturing industry. I'll just like to give another example. If we take an example of a retail industry, so say a retail chain implements S/4HANA, it will basically try to integrate its sales and distribution module with the warehouse management module, the SD, with the EWM. So this integration will basically provide a unified view of the inventory across all sales channels, including the online, in-store, or even the third-party sellers. So you can have the complete view in just one channel itself. So whenever a customer places an order online, the system can immediately reflect the inventory change across all channels and update its replenishment orders accordingly. So if you're like a retail industry and you're operating across online and third party and the other physical sales channel, so whenever there is a order placed, even for online or for third party sellers, it will basically help you in tracking that in on the real time basis, and then it will definitely make sure that all the channels are given that information that okay, this is sold out. So the outcome of this is basically the retail chain will enhance the customer satisfaction by providing accurate stock information, and there will be faster order fulfillment also. And also it will help in the optimizing of the inventory levels by reducing the carrying costs. So these are some of the real-time examples which will help us in analyzing that what exactly is SAP S/4HANA doing. I mean, when we talk about the use cases in the real time. So Fiori user interface we have talked about. This is definitely an add-on. And the one new thing which SAP was able to do with the SAP S/4HANA was the artificial intelligence. So as I was talking in the starting that I worked on multiple AI use cases and the AI implementations for clients. So this is again embedded in the SAP S/4HANA. It's like the more use case you will see in the SAP S/4HANA cloud, and not much in the on-premise version. So this embedded artificial intelligence, what it will basically do is, so whenever you are tracing any issue, so suppose you are on a page where something is not working, or as SAP has a tendency to introduce new UIs for every app. So say today for any material management app, you are seeing, I mean, the end user is seeing two or three buttons, but after 3 months, I mean, those two or three buttons will be clubbed either into one button or like there will be introduction of more buttons. So what embedded artificial intelligence will help is, I mean, there's a like a chat box which is given to you in the top right corner where you can go and just ask that how to do so and so process or how to use this application. So it will basically will try to fetch the information, and then it will try to give you everything in that same page itself. So you don't need to go to Google, or you don't need to go to SAP guides to see that okay, now what's the new upgrade, and then how I can see that what's how to leverage this app. So all of it will be given to you in the same page itself. So like that's one of the example of the AI which is embedded directly into the S/4HANA. It will basically assist the end users is as well as even to us also. I mean, even for the technical apps which are there are a lot of modifications which keep on happening, or you are unaware that okay, now I need to assign this role to this particular business catalog, and then you are unable to find that business catalog when you are trying to search for it. So you can, on the real time, you can just go and search for it, and then it will basically guide you that okay, these are the things which you will need to follow. Or if the business catalog is unavailable, it needs to be imported. That information also you can see. Now coming to the integrated business processes, yeah, I mean earlier there used to be a lot of business processes which used to operate on individual basis, but with the introduction of S/4HANA, many business processes are integrated now. So they are basically working in sync together, as we saw in the case of examples where I told about like production planning and management, material management. They basically work in sync. So we'll dive into the integrated business processes also in detail. So that definitely is a key feature of S4HANA. Yeah. I think the next is the cloud and on-premise deployment. I think we have talked enough about how cloud and on-premise deployment differs. And then, yeah, I think with the introduction of cloud, yeah, this entirely changed in how SAP used to uh, treat its customer in terms of giving them specific uh, deployment of options and then giving them specific services. So that definitely is something which came in with the SAP S4HANA itself. And then last but not the least is the industry specific solutions. So yeah, I mean, now we have the specific solutions for every industry. So coming to cloud, I mean, SAP has a like dedicated package itself. If you are like if you are belonging to a transportation management, if your client is a finance client, so the entire package of SAP S4HANA Cloud is like SAP S4HANA Finance is there, SAP S4HANA TM is there, SAP S4HANA Production Planning is there. So there are dedicated solutions specific to the industries, and then those basically are made by working on the specific clients, like multiple clients from the same industry. So say 50 clients from transportation industry, SAP worked with them, and then they tried to came up with a specific transportation module so that all the business catalogs or all the like the spaces which they will provide to the customer, they'll basically be focusing on the transportation itself. So you need to basically, the SAP's aim is to reduce the customization as much as possible. So they are giving you everything as a standard, so that um, a person belonging to a finance industry or a transportation industry is trying to leverage those standard apps and then trying to create the solution which will basically be efficient for the individual client, but will be containing more of a standard and then less of a customized version. Yeah, that's their motto. But yeah, still, I mean, customization is required, and then SAP there does provide the ways to do it. But yeah, I think you would have heard of something called as clean core. So this clean core is something which is like supporting more of standard and then less of customization. So I think this is what we'll dive into further as well. But yeah, whenever you are working on any client environments and then you get a need for creating anything custom, you should first try to push back on it, because I mean even SAP is discouraging that, because if there is anything standard which is available, then you don't need to create any custom of it. So from a security standpoint, if there is a need for creating any custom business catalog or any custom space or page, I mean, which we'll further see as well. So you should first try to analyze that, okay, why is it required, and is there anything standard which is available, or is there anything standard which is in the plan as well. So you can further see that what SAP is planning to launch in next 3 months, or maybe next in couple of weeks also, because there are a lot of hot fixes which they are calling, which they do. So in that they are releasing the applications, the Fiori applications, the business catalogs on a very quick basis. So if there is any need from any client or any customer, and then if that is something which is available in the standard or planned to be available in the standard, then yeah, you should first try to cater to that. And then next is the customization which you need to go for. So that's
Yeah.
something you need to keep in mind whenever you work on the SAP S4HANA, that try to leverage more of the standard and then less of the customization. It will basically help you, because like there are regular upgrades which are happening, and then if you are using anything standard, so your standard app will be more enhanced as in when the upgrades will happen. But if you are using the custom, then you always need to make sure that whenever any upgrade happens, then you need to make sure that, okay, these are the custom apps which we have built, and then now there is a upgrade happening. So we need to make sure that all the custom apps are also taken care of, and then relevant upgrades related to any something standard which is based on, like the custom app is based on something standard, then that is introduced in the custom. So you'll need to work with ABAPers, you'll need to work with developers, UI5 developers if it's a UI5 app, and make sure that that is incorporated. So that is something which we'll need to take care for the custom apps which we are building, or the custom catalogs also.
So two things is like first, you mentioned about the standard pages and spaces which SAP is promoting to use for the existing clients. But so it's like what
Yeah.
I have seen is like, because I have been part of the 2 3 S4 implementation, is like recently SAP moved into the last 2 years back, is like pages and spaces. So most of the cases is like, even though it is the greenfield kind of thing, we are creating a custom pages, spaces and catalog. So how much it is feasible, whatever business catalogs or spaces, pages, standard thing I'm saying SAP is providing. So
Mm-hmm.
is it feasible to use? Because sometimes, it's like we want to restrict some apps, it's like, but SAP has given a wider access. Even though it's like I'm trying to imagine in terms of a greenfield implementation, is it feasible? It's like whatever SAP provides, we can use that, because if we go for that, it is nothing but a public cloud solution for me.
Okay, okay. No, I think I'm getting your point. So you're saying that if you're going with the standard spaces and pages, then
Yes,
yeah, the wider access. If a client, if you need to
yes,
provide someone access to 2 apps, but then you end
yeah,
up giving access to 10 apps, right?
yes, correct, correct. So
Okay, okay.
that's the it's like because most of the cases I have seen is like, because we talked about the business catalogs. Even though we give the business catalog and we restrict the view on the pages spaces, end user can search those styles and use the app, because that's the limitation of the Fury. It's like, because everything drive from a catalog. That is like what I have seen in terms of the S4, because that's again a security a lag, I can say, with the Fury. So has SAP has done anything in terms of for the latest release where we can have the more control on the catalog app while searching on the Fury?
Yes, this is there. I mean, which I totally echo with your concern. So what I mean, SAP is trying to do is, as I say, I mean, the regular upgrades which it is planning. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, the concerns which you showed, I mean, yeah, definitely these are the concerns which are coming to SAP. Even we have raised it to them that yeah, I mean, like these are the specific apps which should be present in this catalog, but then there are additional apps as well, which again, I mean, we can hide it in the pages while we are creating it, but yeah, it's not like we are restricting the
Yeah, so
authorization to it, because if an
that's
end
the
user,
thing. Because when the GRC comes into the picture, sometimes we get SOD kind of thing is like, so that's again
yeah, yeah,
it's a separate activity. Okay, one more thing. So you mentioned about the clean core activities, like, so we are trying to follow
yeah,
for that for the existing client. But again, the if a business completely rely on the SAP for the further development in terms of any business process requirement, but again the SAP is not
yeah,
that much responsive, and it's like every project got some timelines, deadline to deliver the project. So it's like, is it
correct,
really
correct, yeah,
feasible to go with the clean cores? Like, let's say today I got we are running some custom requirement and SAP is not fulfilling those requirement in Fiori apps from the access point of view. It's like, so how SAP is dealing with this kind of urgent requirement? I just want to know, is like, so that I can recommend the same thing for the further clients.
yes, yes. So yeah, I mean, see, I mean, customizations will still be required. I mean, the aim of SAP is to make sure that they try to minimize it to the most they can. But yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
depending on, like, it's not like a one fit solution for all the clients. So if I talk
Hmm.
about say manufacturing industry, so for
Hmm.
manufacturing they have developed lot of business catalogs which are catering to the particular mm, service or the particular say users which are required for that, and then for them they have made sure that the respective apps are there. But if like still there are things which require customization, then you should definitely go for that customization, because I think if you'll wait for the SAP to deliver it as a standard, it may take
Hmm.
time. So that's what I was saying, that I'll provide you the link where you can go and see that like what's the next in plan for that particular industry, what all
Hmm.
business catalogs are launching, what all business like a Fury apps are launching? Is it something which is nearer to what you want to create as a custom? So
Okay.
if that is something which is already there or in plan to be there near time, then you can definitely suggest the client to go for the standard. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, customization is definitely will be required. And then it is something which you should go for. I mean, I'm not saying that complete
Okay.
clean core is possible at the moment
Yeah,
because
because you see what happened in some of our cases, like we are trying to follow this clean core thing, but again, it's like we gone back to the SAP. They said it's like this is not possible at the moment. But it's like when you talk about the business on all this project planning, is like then they push back to the security. It's like because we have stopped few things. Because you don't need to customize this. It's like SAP is coming on the next quarter with further update. Then you can check about this functionality in the standard thing. Because so it's like so we don't need to it's like completely push them to go back to the clean core. That is what I'm like saying. It's like we can first check the updates from the SAP, because again, it's like if in a project there is one or two security consultant on working, it's like, and we are just following up for the one functionality. It also takes a lots of time, because sometimes we say just a clean core kind of thing, but there should be some rationale behind it. It's like why we are talking about the clean core, and sometimes business doesn't listen to all this argument. They just want to meet their timeline. So anything on this part SAP is doing, this is what I want to know. It's like so that we can
yeah,
give
yeah,
the same recommendations to our customers as well.
yeah. So I mean, what SAP is planning to do is it is trying to introduce more and more standard apps which will cater to the client, and then it will basically help in reducing the customization as much as possible. So, but yeah, currently, I mean, there will be specific cases where if a client is using, say, SAP from very long time, so every client has their own customizations which they would have did in their older environments. So those customizations may not be feasible right now in the standard. So in case customizations are very heavy, you and the need is to continue with that customization, then you should definitely suggest the client to go with a custom solution itself. But what SAP is trying to pitch is if you have did many customizations in your ECC environment, and when you're moving to S4 HANA, or you are already there in S4 HANA, and then you are trying to create anything custom, so try to reduce it as much as possible. But yeah, I mean, for the clients which had did heavy customizations, like I have had clients like Walmart, Google, who had did lot of customizations in their ECC landscape. And when they are moving to S4HANA, like they are still not there. I mean, they are still taking time, because those customizations, some of them are feasible in S4HANA, some of them are not feasible at all. I mean, even if you want, you can't create a custom solution, because there will be a lot of complexities involved in that. So, because initially, if a customization included, say, 10 T codes, 10 T codes from a security standpoint, I'm saying, but from a programmer standpoint, there can be like hundreds of codes which would have been written. So when it comes to S4HANA, those 10 T codes itself can reduce to 1 T code. Those hundreds of program itself will not be supportive anymore. And then you'll need to write new programs or the new codes based on the HANA database. So the motto is to reduce customization whenever you move to S4HANA. But then, yeah, definitely you can't reduce everything, and then you'll definitely need to carry on with the custom programs or the customizations which is required. So that depends on the analysis. I mean, we as a security consultant also need to work together with business, with the functional team, in order to understand that what is this customization doing, what is available in the standard, which we can try to suggest them. But then that evaluation has to be done from like all the parties which are involved. And it's not only the security team which can take any decision that okay, this can be allowed, this cannot be allowed, because this is something which is yeah, dependent on the other teams as well. I mean, other teams or the business is the first point of contact,
Mainly
but
business.
yeah,
Yeah.
mainly
But
business. Yeah,
when I
that's
say
true.
is
But
like SAP is trying to introduce everything standard on a on-premise private cloud, so that later on they can move every client to the public cloud. Is it something SAP is trying to do?
no, it's the other way around. I mean, SAP is
Other way
trying to
around. Okay.
introduce more standard on the public cloud right now.
Okay.
So public cloud, as I said, I mean, it has a specific solution for finance, for manufacturing, for EWM. So in that, if you see, I mean, in that there will be heavy standard apps which will be available. Even if you'll go in the Fiori apps library, if you'll search for the public cloud, you'll find lot of applications which are still not there in the private cloud. Because for public cloud, SAP gets that feasibility to launch those apps because those are basically not catering to any specific one fit all for all in industries. When it comes to private cloud, yeah, I mean, SAP needs to launch apps which can support manufacturing, which can support finance all at once. So in that case, for private cloud, still it's a far way round. But for public cloud, yeah, SAP is doing it very actively. But yeah, the aim is to make sure that even the private cloud gets the industry specific solutions, and then those apps are launched which are basically helping you to reduce the customizations.
Hey there! Want to master SAP S for HANA security? Our course is designed just for you. Learn at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S for HANA security. It's all about keeping your SAP system safe and sound, from managing user access to protecting data. We cover everything you need, from the basics to advanced security measures. Created by experts with tons of experience, our instructors are top-notch pros, ready to guide you and answer all your questions. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful the course is. People like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's budget-friendly. You get top-quality learning without breaking the bank. Ready to secure your SAP S/4HANA skills? Sign up now on our page. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
But yeah, for public cloud, it's like happening on a almost like a weekly or a quarterly basis.
Quarterly basis.
So yeah, yes. Anybody else? Anybody having any concerns in their live client environment in terms of moving to S/4HANA? Any queries on that? Yeah, because I think public cloud is something which is different. So yes,
so
Prashant.
for our client, they're planning one public cloud. It's like just not it's like same entity but a different entity. It's one of the subsidiary they are planning to use public cloud.
Okay, great. Public cloud, it's definitely something which you'll see a different perspective, and then you can relate to the things which I was talking about in terms of, say, embedded AI or the other things in terms of having a non-Fiori interface, a non-GUI interface. So all of that you'll see. So, yeah, I think
just one thing beyond the context, the C4C is like IBP, all these things is like I have worked with those administration as well. So are they also getting updated? Because for there, again, it's like the user management is pretty much standard. The roles as well is like they're the predefined kind of thing. So we don't have the much control from the authorization point of view. So, so when I talk about the public cloud and the private cloud, it's like again we use the terms with the rise with SAP and the grow with the SAP here. It's like for the private and the public. So if we go talk about the public cloud and the private cloud, so can I say is like in the public cloud we have the less control over the customization of the authorization if I compare with the private one?
Definitely, it is. Yeah, in the public cloud, you have less control in the customization. Also, you have less control in terms of what you want to experiment as well. So in our private cloud, like we can go and we can try to create, like from a developer standpoint, any programmer, like we can have say 10 programmers working for us, creating multiple of their test programs, and then trying to use it. Then programmer give it to us, and then we try to use it in our security roles in terms of business catalogs. But when it comes to public cloud, first of all, the developer license itself is like 10 times costly than a normal, say, a security license. So first of all, the programmers itself will be very limited because, as I say, the license cost is like 10 times for a developer, and instead as compared to the other consultants like security or technical other like say a functional consultant. So because the customizations mainly start with creating a custom code. So since the licenses are heavy, the costs are heavy, so the programmers will be limited, and then hence the things you can try it out there will be very limited. So yeah, that again is the first point to control the customization. And then in terms of security, if I say, then yeah, I mean, you don't have access to all the business catalogs which are available in the Fiori app library. So Fiori app library, if it contains say 100 business catalogs which are present for public cloud there, but for you they'll be limited because they'll be imported based on the specific industry or the specific S/4HANA cloud which you have purchased. So if you require other business apps, business catalogs, you definitely can check it in the Fiori apps library and then get it imported. But then, yeah, I mean, these are some things which will prevent you to do more customizations in the public cloud. So you basically need to remain within the radar of what SAP has provided you. And then you also need to keep in mind that whatever you're doing, it's it's basically available as part of public cloud. So whenever the next upgrade happens, so all of it will get affected. So the standard apps getting affected is like it can happen as in when the upgrade happens. But for the customizations which you have done, so there are a lot of things like RASD tool is there, which is like release app scope dependency tool. So this is something which you will need to go 3 months before any upgrade happens, and then you need to track that what all custom apps are getting affected, and then you need
And then
to
who
make sure that
provides
you
the
are
impact
prepared for it.
analysis before all this upgrade happens? SAP, who sends the reports to the client, is like they are moving to this version XYZ, and it's like XYZ things are
Yes, yeah,
impacting SAP only.
correct.
Okay.
So there's something called as RASD tool, release app scope dependency tool. So like for every client, whenever they adopt any public cloud solution, this is something which they release for every client. And then you need to go there and then you need to track that based on the business processes which you have uh, adopted, that what all business applications are getting affected, what all new business catalogs are getting launched. And there's something new term called as deprecated, which SAP is using. So this deprecation, I mean, it is also there for private cloud also. So deprecation is like, I mean, those app or the an app also can be deprecated, or the business catalog also can be deprecated. So what they mean is that that particular app or catalog is getting a new app or a catalog, and the old one will not be supportive anymore. And then, I mean, it's basically being deleted. But instead of calling it as deleted or not supportive anymore, they have used this new term called as deprecated. So if an app is getting deprecated, you'll basically get to see that what is the new app which will replace it. So sometimes what happens is instead of two applications, SAP launches one application. So you'll basically get to see that, okay, this particular app is getting deprecated. So what is the new app which is present? And if there is a combined for two also, you'll basically need to do that analysis much in advance before that upgrade happens. So, and then again, you need to do that analysis and then take it to business, consult with them that, okay, this is what which is going to happen in the an environment. So that will basically give you an analysis much before any upgrade happens. So this is what is again a difference between public and private. That for public you can't delay that upgrade, and for private cloud, what is the advantage is, though the upgrade is say upgrade is supposed to have happened 3 months from now, so you can only make sure that if you need to go for that upgrade, you can go. Otherwise, you can delay it because it's your own private cloud. You need to adopt whatever you can. Yeah. So
So in terms of a public cloud, it's like if, let's say if SAP is coming from a quarterly upgrade, so they will automatically do all the adjustment for the existing rules as well.
yes, they'll
Okay,
do
so
that.
it's
I mean,
more
they'll
about the telling the business about their business process and end user training. That is what I can see. Is like there is not much in work involved from a administrative security administration point of view.
no, it's not the case because say if even if there are the standard say if there are no customizations which you have did, even if there are all the standard apps, so even if those standard apps are getting deprecated and the new apps are getting launched, so
Mhm.
there is a pre-work which I told, which you need to do, which will result into the user education and everything. But then there are things which you need to do in your system also, which will ensure that the upgrade happens successfully. So it's not like a simple upgrade which SAP will do and then it will just change your system the next day. There are things which you also would need to do in your system, like there are entire steps, and then there is a release of upgrade document also. So those are things which you need to follow even for the standard apps. So from an admin standpoint also, there are steps which you will need to take care before and even after the upgrade. So like but those are not as heavy as the other ones which we used to have. But yeah, there are things which you need to do from a security standpoint. There are things which like a functional team needs to do from their standpoint. So a user education definitely is one thing, but from a technical standpoint also, there are steps which you need to take in order to ensure that the upgrade happens successfully. Because for this public cloud, it's basically a sync between SAP and the vendor who is supporting. Like, I mean, TCS is supporting for others, some particular client. So you'll need to work in collaboration with SAP. So yeah, so those are the things which you'll need to keep in mind for public cloud. But then again, I mean, like those are dedicated steps which you will get to know beforehand only, and it's not like which this is something which you will not know and then it will cause any issues. But from an admin standpoint, there are things which we need to do as well, and it's not like just a upgrade which I mean, like today is the upgrade happening and tomorrow the everything new will be there. We need to work in collaboration with SAP, and then there are steps which we need to do as well. Okay, yeah. I mean, like public cloud is not again a part of this training, but yeah, I mean, since there is an interest, I'll try to
Just
see
I want
where
to
I
know
can fit
whether
that thing.
BTP application all under this come under public cloud or private cloud. Which applications come under which? I mean, what is the exact application comes under public cloud and what is private cloud? And we got confused over there a bit.
Okay. So for now, you can just forget about public cloud. I mean, whenever I refer to cloud, it's for this training, it's private cloud only. And for private cloud, there is no BTP, there is no nothing separate which you'll need to think about. It's like our ECC environment. It's just the new introduction for you would be Fury app, and for Fury app, how you will do it in the Fury UI interface, and then how you will do it for the SAP GUI interface. Like how will you create a role? How will you analyze the Fury apps required for a client? I mean, those things only you can think about right now, because I think that's I mean, that will be sufficient for you to work in the private cloud, not public cloud. Public cloud is different, which yeah, you can skip right now. I think we talked more of it, which is I think yeah, not related to private cloud anymore. Because for private cloud, it's the GUI and the Fury app itself. You need to make sure that you are aware of those things. Okay. Now coming to the next. So the key modules, and these are the SAP S/4HANA key modules which will be there in the SAP S/4HANA private cloud. So I think we have talked about majority of this, the SD, MM, PP, QM, project systems. So yeah, these are all the key modules which the SAP S/4HANA delves into. So as I was talking about the SAP HANA database and then how it would change the perspective in terms of client. So as I was talking about from a specific example, I'll just try to elaborate on that. So as I said that in SAP ECC, the material management was like spread across multiple tables due to limitations in the traditional disk-based databases. So there was Oracle DB2, due to which, I mean, there were multiple tables which were involved, and then say there are 10 to 12 tables which were there. So, and then as soon as we changed the database to SAP HANA, the entire 10 to 12 tables were shifted to only one table. So basically, what it helped us is in the performance improvement. So the queries that were previously required accessing multiple tables would now be accessed across the single table, which significantly reduced the complexity and also enhanced the performance. The second benefit of having SAP HANA as a database was it reduced the data footprint. So the consolidation of tables and removals of indices and aggregates that were necessary for the traditional database, it is not anymore required in the HANA database because it's a in-memory database, and then it definitely had a significant reduction in the data footprint. And again, the real-time data processing and simplified data model is something which helped in the introduction of SAP S/4HANA. So that's there. So we'll go to second second topic for this now. So the next is the versions of the S/4HANA. So these are the different versions of the S/4HANA, and again, this is all related to private cloud only. I'm not talking about public cloud. So as you see that the first version which was launched for S/4HANA was this 1503. So whenever you see this 1503, 1511, 1610, so it basically the first two characters represent the year in which it was launched, and the last two characters represent the month. So if you see that this 1511, it means that this particular version of SAP S/4HANA was launched in 2015 in the month of November. So this basically denotes you whenever you see that, okay, which is the year and then which is the month in which it was launched. So as you see that these are the various versions of SAP S/4HANA which were launched. So the first one was launched in the 2015 in the month of March, and then we have the subsequent versions which are there like 1511, 1610, 1709. So whenever it comes to work as a security consultant, this is very critical for us to understand that which SAP S/4HANA version is the client in. So the client can go for the 2022, 2021, and ideally, if there is no SAP S/4HANA, so the proposal is to go for the latest SAP S/4HANA version only. But then again, this is something which we can't comment on because there are various analysis which happens whenever SAP S/4HANA is supposed to be brought in. So say for an example, for a client which is currently on ECC, and then he wants to shift from ECC to S/4HANA, then which is the correct version for him? I mean, ideally, as per SAP, the latest version should be the correct one, but this is not the case for every customer, because as we were talking about, that there are various Fiori apps which are deprecated or which are not present in the latest version. So if a client has limited time and then he wants to switch to SAP S/4HANA, so even the older versions can be helpful for him. So today, if a client does his analysis, I mean, that analysis requires business to do. Even we as security folks, few of our leads would need to be there. Technical team would need to be there. So they'll do that all analysis, and then in that analysis, if they find that SAP S/4HANA 2020 is the version which is currently suitable, so yeah, that will be something which will be proposed. And then you basically need to know that, okay, now we have SAP S/4HANA 2020. So all the Fiori applications which you will look into further, all the business catalogs, that has to be SAP S/4HANA 2020 supportive. So we'll look at it when we go to the Fiori apps library, that how to basically deal with the versions, and then how you can try to see that, okay, this particular app which we want to implement for a client is supportive of which version. But yeah, so all of these versions are still supportive. I mean, it's not like that SAP is not supporting any version. Even the SAP S/4HANA 1511 is being supportive. Even the SAP S/4HANA 2022, which is, I think the latest is 2024, which was launched recently. So that is also still supportive. So it depends from client to client that which SAP S/4HANA version are they going for. So you'll also get your system access, where I will basically show you that, okay, which SAP, I think we'll be having 2023 S/4HANA, which is, yeah, I mean, almost the same as 2024. So you'll basically get to see that what is the difference between the 2022 and 2023 also. And then depending on the version, we can basically then look into that, okay, these are the Fiori apps which are supportive. And then this is something which will definitely help us in creating our roles, create troubleshooting any issues, because version to version, yeah, there's a slight difference which you need to make sure that you understand. So this will be the agenda for this. So yeah, as I was talking about, that this was first launched in 2015, and it was basically a much bigger of upgrade than the R3 upgrade, because an entirely new platform was created with the latest S4HANA technologies. And yeah, since the time it has launched, when it has undergone several of updates, as you see, that from 2015 to 2022, there has been regular either quarterly upgrades or annual upgrades, or yeah, biannual upgrades. So that's something which is SAP is doing very actively. And then they want to, so the purpose of doing all this upgrades is, the main purpose is to reduce the customizations, introduce more and more standard apps, so that whenever a client gets any requirement to create anything custom, so which can be achieved with the standard app itself. This is not something which you can directly call out, because there would be an analysis which would be required to do. But then yeah, an upgrade can happen from any ECC to any S4 HANA. I mean, an upgrade from ECC to S4 HANA is required. So even if you're still on ECC 4.6, ideally it shouldn't be the case, because yeah, I mean 4.6 is very old, I would say. But ECC, I think 6.0 was the last version which was released. So there would be lot of analysis, and then lot of time would go on to analyze from 4.6 to S4 HANA, that what all things you'll need to do. So a proper plan needs to be made, because I mean, ECC 4.6, lot of things would be deprecated like long back itself. So, but yeah, I mean, the answer in short is yes, you can upgrade from ECC 4.6 to S4 HANA. But yeah, I mean, there would be a good amount of analysis which would be required, because of the T codes which are still there, which are not there anymore. So how would you deal about it? Because the latest was ECC 6.0, which I think most of you would have in your clients. So 6.0 itself had lot of upgrades from ECC 4 or 5 itself. So yeah, I think you'll need to make sure that you do the right amount of analysis whenever you are trying to upgrade from an older ECC to new S4 HANA. So this is what I was talking about. So I think for you, the best fit, which I have seen clients moving from ECC older versions, like below 6 to next S4 HANA. So for you, the latest one might not be the correct fit for your client. The older versions might be more better for you, because I think those will have more apps which will cater to your immediate requirement than the immediate latest one. But I think, yeah, gradually you can definitely try to move from, even if you go for say 2020, yeah, you can gradually move to the latest 2023. So also, like there is nothing like that. If you are in 2020, you can't directly move to the latest one. From 2020 also, you can jump to the 2024 also directly. So like in ECC also, if you want to jump from 4 to directly 6, you can do that. So similarly in S4 HANA also, there is nothing that you should move gradually and then take the latest one. It's just that the right amount of analysis needs to go in whenever you are planning that, and then it will definitely assist you in doing that for the long run. And then no immediate business impacts if we do the right amount of analysis, which will save us in that. Because if there is no proper planning or no impact assessment which we do, then there are a lot of things which can impact the business directly. Because I think these things we do in the background, but in the front end, there is a business running which is using this. So whenever we plan any upgrade, my first thing which I'll always propose is an efficient planning in terms of security, in terms of other things also. But yeah, I mean, we being a security consultant will focus more from a security standpoint, that what all things needs to be in place so that we are secured from our end, and then we don't need to do these things again and again. because for any issue, I think security is the first team which they reach out or which they try to put blame on. So we need to make sure that we have done our impact analysis in an efficient way whenever it comes to upgrading a system, be it SAP S4 HANA, older version to new version, or ECC to S4 HANA is definitely something which is a big lift and shift. So we'll need to do that. So I think the next further slides basically talks about what all features we had in the individual versions which were released. So basically the major point of this 1503 when it was launched, that it was initially renamed later to SAP S4HANA Finance, because I think it had a lot of finance related modules which were implemented initially. So that was the main point of this 1503. Then gradually we had like 1511, which was like almost 6 months after 1503 was launched. So the major part which I can remember is this business partner which came in. So it basically reduced almost, I think still there are T codes which are getting obsoleted, and then they are getting implemented into this business partner BPT code itself, or the BP is an app also now. So this was something which was the highlight of this 1511. So the major shift was seen in the SAP S4HANA 1610, I would say. So 1610 basically was launched in the month of October, and then it basically introduced why it was important for us, because Fiori was entirely, like Fiori was launched in still in like 2015, but in the this upgrade it basically saw a lot of changes which were implemented in the Fiori. So if it comes to say business catalogs or groups, that concept was launched initially. There was groups were there, but then there was no much focus on the groups initially. But then with the launch of the 1610, there was a strong emphasis on having the correct business catalogs and groups in place, so that end users can view the apps, end users can customize their own screens. So initially the customization was restricted to the technical or the security consultants only, that whatever we used to keep in the screen, that was allowed for the end users to see. But this 1610 introduced the customization for the users as well. So again, that is something which is optional, which we either need to provide or not provide to the users. But from the 1610, that was something which was launched. So nowadays also, whenever you try to create any Fiori app or the Fiori UI for the client, you still have that customization, that whether you want to allow your end users to change the UI as per how they want, or you want to restrict it still to us only. So it has again the pros and cons. If you allow it, it will definitely allow them more flexibility. But a con to that is, some user may accidentally remove any app or move an app from say one group to another group, or one space to another space, and then they raise a ticket that they are not able to see the app, or they are not able to use the app. So what we need to keep in mind is we need to be prepared for such kind of incidents happening. And then every time we should not directly dive into seeing the authorization issues for it. We first need to see that okay, if that app was assigned and the user itself has removed it, then that's something we'll first need to check. So those are the things which will happen. But again, if the user is aware of these things, and then he tries to make his homepage according to the apps he would frequently use, so that is something which will help him as well. So so it depends, again, from client to client, that how they want to keep it. Either they can keep the customizations open, or they can keep the customizations off also, depending on how they want to treat their end users. So these were some of the 1610 features which were launched along with the Fiori being emphasized more. So the consistent Fiori UI for SAP S4 HANA, this was something which I just talked about. Then in terms of the business processes, there was EWM was something which was embedded for the first time during 1610. And then, yeah, I think all of this, we talked about it, that finance definitely was included, procurement. So these are things which you can read. I mean, it's not more on the security standpoint, but yeah, I think definitely this is the version-wise upgrades. And then the 1610 was more important from a security standpoint for us. But yeah, all these later upgrades were made to ensure that the different categories or the different areas in which the SAP dives into, they try to introduce more and more standard apps so that the customization can be reduced. So I think these are related to the individual versions. So yeah, again, this SAP S/4HANA 1909 and the 2020. I mean, these are the things which you can read on the screen. These are more from a business standpoint. But again, 2020, what I can remember is the spaces and pages being launched in this version. So with the SAP S/4HANA 2020 release, the spaces and pages were launched. So spaces and pages, basically, why it's important for us was because before this, it was only groups and catalogs which were used to create any Fiori UI. But later, the spaces and pages came into the picture, and then it basically again provided more clean UI. Though Fiori was there, but then it wasn't clean. So what was the disadvantage for groups was, like, if you assign any group to a role, and then if the corresponding catalog is there also, which we'll see in detail later. So there used to be a very clumsy screen. I mean, if the catalog is containing, say, 20 apps, so all of them would be available on the screen, and then you are not unable to do much customization to it. But with the introduction of spaces and pages, that basically gave us more flexibility to arrange the apps, and then the end users can see the entire Fiori screen in a much cleaner way. Like, the technical aspects of it, we'll definitely dive on in our dedicated Fiori section. But yeah, why this 2020 version is important for us was because the spaces and pages were launched during this time, and then it basically helped us in making sure the Fiori security we do is more beneficial and more efficient in terms of how SAP provides the business applications or the transactional applications. It also introduced a lot of new categories of apps. So there were initially only transactional apps which were available, but with the 2020 version, along with spaces and pages, there were new categories of Fiori apps, like there were fact sheets, and now these days there are analytical apps also which are available. So yeah, I think from a security standpoint, this 2020 was very beneficial for us, and then it basically helped us in changing the way we design the roles as well. So even while designing the roles initially, like the groups and catalogs was something which we used to deal into. But yeah, later on, it with the introduction of spaces and pages, that was something which was newly available, and then we had to ensure that if the client wants to switch to spaces and pages, that is something which we can do. Again, I mean, since it was recently, I mean, it was launched only during that time, so it was not made mandatory, but then there was a flexibility which was allowed if the client wants to shift to spaces and pages. Still, that flexibility is there, but yeah, soon I think the groups also will be deprecated, the groups feature. I think SAP has decided to move away with it in a couple of years from now. So they can still, users can still have the groups, and then they can shift between spaces and pages. But yeah, soon that will be deprecated, and the new feature would be the spaces and pages only. So yeah, this version is basically important because from a security standpoint, the major things related to spaces and pages and the new categories of apps were launched during this time. So yeah, these are from the industry standpoint, which we are seeing that what all basically came in terms of SAP S/4HANA 2020 upgrade, which you can walk through. And yeah, well, once you have the slides, the same goes for 2021 as well. So yeah, I think this we have talked about a lot, class. So with the 2022, the S/4HANA Cloud was launched. So this S4HANA cloud is nothing but a public cloud which was launched. So with the introduction of this, the public cloud concept, the entire shift in the SAP GUI to only SAP Fiori happened. And then, I think public cloud is something which is more beneficial to customers who are transitioning. Either they are completely from non-SAP, I mean, they still don't have any SAP, and then they are moving to SAP. So for them, SAP S/4HANA Cloud can be beneficial, or for the consumers who are still into SAP and they want to move to cloud, for them also, I think, this is something which will be beneficial. But then again, that impact analysis, that costing analysis is something which depends on the business to do. But why this version is important, because S4HANA launched its first public cloud version called the SAP S4HANA Cloud. And then again, it basically introduced the AI related things, the machine learning things directly into the S4HANA itself. So initially there were third party things which we had to pair with. So but with the introduction of SAP S4HANA 2022 version, the public cloud version was launched. And then it is still, I mean, it's still getting a lot of upgrades. It's slightly new in the market, so it's not as efficient as the private cloud. But I think SAP's target is to make sure that it is getting more and more upgrades, and then it will definitely be more suitable for the clients to adopt it in the coming years. I think that's it. I think the latest was 2023, which will have it in our trial systems. I can walk you through the changes in the 2023 versions in the system itself. From a security standpoint, what all are the changes? We can do that. I think once you have the system access, we can make sure that I walk you through them directly in the system, so that it will be more beneficial for you.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key security feature in SAP S/4HANA? Option A, role-based access control. Option B, blockchain encryption. Option C, quantum cryptography. Option D, facial recognition. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master SAP S/4HANA Security? Our course is designed just for you. Learn at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S/4HANA Security. It's all about keeping your SAP system safe and sound, from managing user access to protecting data. We cover everything you need, from the basics to advanced security measures. Created by experts with tons of experience, our instructors are top-notch pros, ready to guide you and answer all your questions. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful the course is. People like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's budget-friendly. You get top-quality learning without breaking the bank. Ready to secure your SAP S/4HANA skills? Sign up now on our page. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
Let's start with the security overview. So basically, SAP S/4HANA, as we all know, so this is nothing but this is basically an advanced version of SAP ECC. So we already had a SAP ECC, and then we moved to SAP S/4HANA, which is like a business suite for SAP, the full form of SAP S/4HANA. So when we talk about it, there's basically a triad, which is like confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So SAP S/4HANA basically makes sure that all the three things I mentioned in the triad are taken care of. So if we talk about confidentiality, so confidentiality is nothing but ensuring that sensitive information is available only to the accessible and to the authorized users. So this involves the protecting data from unauthorized access by implementing strict controls and encryption methods. So we need to ensure that the confidentiality of data is retained. Or giving an example like an HR data, if we think about, so it should be only be accessible by HR personnel and not by the sales team. So we need to ensure that whenever we design the roles, it should be in such a way that the data accessible by respective personnel are remain accessible to them, irrespective of whatever going forward, whatever role changes happen, whatever situation, whatever different kind of business needs are there. The confidentiality is intact, and then we do not compromise on it, because like there will be a lot of changes which will be happening as in when the business proceeds. There will be a lot of new team members joining in, lot of team members getting offboarded. So we need to ensure that from a security standpoint, the confidentiality is intact and the respective data should be accessible by respective persons and not by the different teams or different people. So that's about confidentiality. Then coming to integrity. So integrity basically refers to maintaining an accuracy and consistency of data across the systems. This means that ensuring that data is not altered or deleted by unauthorized parties, system errors. So if we talk about the techniques such as transaction logs that can be used to verify the data integrity, or even the checksums is something which we can use in SAP, which can be used to verify the data integrity as well. For giving an example, we can think about like ensuring that financial records entered into the system cannot be tampered without a proper audit trail. So if somebody wants to change any financial records, we need to ensure that proper audit trail is there. So the audit mechanism of SAP is turned on or it's running fine in order to make sure that if we need to trace out that, okay, who did that financial changes in the system, we have a proper audit trail which is intact. So in that way, we can ensure that the data integrity is there in place and then it is working fine. So that during the audits, maybe internal audit or external audit, whatever happens, we need to ensure that the data integrity is intact and then we have proper tools which are working fine and which are enabled so that like we have a proof to be shared with the auditors if required. That's about integrity. Then moving to the third bit, last but not the least, availability. So ensuring that the system and its resources are accessible to authorized users when needed. So this is something which is availability. So we need to ensure that the system and its resources, whenever needed, are accessible. It should not be like whenever the time comes, I mean, we are still struggling to provide the access to the resources. So we need to ensure that those are available to them. So this basically involves implementing measures to protect against the system downtimes. So it's not only like entirely security thing, but yeah, definitely security team does come in picture for this, along with basis teams and other teams involved. But yeah, from a security standpoint, this is something which is critical to us as well, that we need to ensure that the availability of multiple things which we can think about. It can be due to the malicious software attacks like the DDoS or Trojan and any other thing you can think of. Or it can even maybe due to the hardware failures. So we need to ensure that we are prepared for it. We have some backup for it, which is ready. So the techniques which include like redundant systems, regular backups. So these are some things which we can think about when it comes to the maintaining the availability of the security. If I think about an example for availability, we can think about that if we think about sales team. So we need to ensure that the sales team can access the customer data anytime without interruption. So whenever a sales team is working on, they need to get the customer data on a regular basis. If they fail to get it on the right time, it may cause a significant impact on the financial transactions which they are dealing with. So that's about the triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So we need to ensure that this is something which is maintained on a critical basis, and then it should be something which should be there in our mind whenever we are designing the security for any of our clients, irrespective of the industry the client is present in. And there are the norms also. I mean, in terms of the regions also, if we think about, so in UK we have GDPR, in US we have SOX compliance. So these are the things which are available, and then we need to ensure that our roles remain in compliant with these norms as well. So HIPAA, as you can see in the screen, so it is something which is there for the healthcare industry. We need to ensure that we read about it, we know that what the norms is, and then how it is impacting the roles we are creating, how it is impacting the security in general which we are designing. So that's something which we need to think about apart from doing apart from completing the technical needs as well. So the next comes in the security overview is the authentication and authorization. So authentication, as we all know, basically refers to the process of verifying the identity of users attempting to access the system. So this can be achieved through various methods which are available, such as we can think about something as biometric authentication, multi-factor authentication. So these are some of the examples for authenticating. Nowadays, SAP has got its proprietary cloud service called as Identity Authentication System, or the name changed recently to Cloud Identity Services. So that is something which SAP is promoting in order to ensure that everyone logging into the system is, its proper user record is maintained in IAS. And then there we have different features. We can have protocols such as SAML. We can have protocols such as SAML is there. And then the latest one is something called as OEDC, which is like more advanced than SAML techniques. So these are the things which are available inbuilt in IAS. And then we need to ensure that the authentication route is properly directed via the respective authorized authentication mechanism selected by the client. So it can be via IAS, it can be via MFAs set by clients from third parties. And the most popular MFA these days is the Microsoft MFAs, which I think multiple clients are implementing. So we need to ensure that there is some kind of authentication mechanism in place whenever a user is trying to log in. The normal user ID password, which we used to see on a traditional basis, is something which we need to get rid of. It may happen that clients would emphasize that they still want to continue the user ID password and those things. But yeah, we need to ensure that we try to pitch in them with the available authentication mechanism so that it will help them in securing their systems in a more efficient way. Implementing an MFA where a user must provide not only a password, but also a one-time code sent on their phone, basically significantly enhances the security. So even if they have a user ID password, that works, but we need to ensure that there is some kind of two-factor authentication in place so that it will assist in securing the overall system. So, as you all have been working for your respective clients, like what all authentication mechanisms are you guys using? If somebody can let me know that what all authentication mechanisms have you guys come across?
One example that comes to my mind is the SSOs that we are having. So we have the software for generating the K tokens or the Kerberos tokens, which authenticates and enables the user to sign in via the SSO. So that can be a part of authentication.
So single sign-on, you're saying, okay, yeah, that is also a kind of mechanism which you can use for authenticating. But have you come across any like mobile tools such as Microsoft's own authenticator tool which you would have installed in your mobile?
Yeah, RSA token.
RSA tokens, correct. Yeah. Has somebody used the hardware, like the hard copy of RSA tokens? Is it still in use?
Yes, earlier we used to use it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That token device.
Yeah. It like used to generate the code, and then we need to enter it on a real-time basis. So
yes.
That was the hardware token which used to be there, but I think nowadays they have got a mobile application also. So even if you're not having that hardware token, you can use that software token as well, which is available. So I think these are some of the authentication mechanisms which we need to ensure that we are aware of. And then the best practices currently by SAP is the use of CIS, which is Cloud Identity Services. And in Cloud Identity Services, basically, there are two kinds of services which are being offered. One is the IAS and the other is the IPS. So for us, from an authentication standpoint, it would be IAS, which is Identity Authentication Service. So this is something which, if available, if the client has procured it, then we need to ensure that the authentication is redirected via IAS, so that as in when SAP upgrades its systems, today it's S4 HANA, tomorrow it might be something else. So SAP will make sure that the authentication is also taken care of if we are using it. Otherwise, if we are using any third-party thing, we need to ensure that that is upgraded to the respective version of SAP so that they are aligned with it. And then, that is something which is not ignored. So next comes the authorization. So authorization, as we all know, basically determines what actions and resources a user is permitted to access within the system. And it is based on their roles and permissions. So role-based access control is basically a common method used in the SAP S/4HANA, where users are assigned the roles that define their access rights. For instance, like a purchase manager, if we think about, he might be having a purchase manager role, and that may have the authority for him to approve the purchase orders up to a certain amount. So it may not be like a purchase manager, if he is available, he is able to approve any amount purchase orders. Ideally, there should be a limit which is maintained, so that up to that limit, the purchase manager can do it based on the authorizations assigned to him. And if there are certain amounts which are higher amounts, that basically needs to go in via purchase manager's head or some at least 2 level of approvals like that. So yeah, that's a short example of authorization which we all are doing in our day-to-day basis as well. So we need to ensure that authorization is also something which is taken care of, and then it is crucial like authentication. So both authentication and authorization, we need to ensure that they are in place whenever we design the security for the client. Now coming to the next, so this is something which we all would be working on, but then yeah, I wanted to emphasize on this because I think this is something which is becoming critical these days, that what is a privileged access model, what all things should be available in privileged access model, or the firefighter IDs, which we call, or the emergency access management IDs. So all of this basically are synonyms of each other. So we need to ensure that whenever we design a privileged access model for a client, it needs to adhere to a couple of principles, so that we are ensuring that the privileged access model for the client is intact. And then this is something which will be audited when it comes to any external audit, internal audit. So we need to ensure that whatever we are putting in that model is something which is really critical, and then this is something which is used not on a daily basis, or the frequency is not high for it. So basically the principle of this involves assigning users only to minimum permissions necessary to perform their job functions. So regular reviews and updates of user roles and permissions basically ensure that they align with the current responsibilities they are having. It minimizes the risk of unauthorized access within the system. So we need to ensure that whenever we are designing a privileged access model, so this should be something which is not used on a frequent basis. So even if the access is critical, and if they are using it on a regular basis, so that will not fall in the privileged access model. So because every time you use a firefighter ID, it generates firefighter logs, and then if the entire firefighter system is in place, then those logs basically go to the firefighter log reviewers. They need to review that logs, they need to approve that logs. If they find that there are certain things which are like a red flag, they need to flag it out, and then again those things need to be revisited. So those things will continue to happen. So we need to ensure that the least privileged access is something which is used on a less frequent basis, and then it is something which is really critical. It's not like we need to put everything which a client comes up that this is critical. Even though it is being used daily, we need to ensure that it is going in a firefighter ID. We need to ensure that the privileged access model, whenever we are designing, it is something which is taken care of, and then we invest a good amount of time in designing that, the privileged access roles also, or the firefighter roles whenever we design. So it needs to ensure that the entire security is taken care of whenever we try to design it. Otherwise, it will end up in a lot of failures and lot of audit red flags as in when the time comes. Anything in your client landscape you have come across?
One thing just I wanted to ask is, like, in the S4, accessing a Fury link for the FFID is slight different. It's like, because we were previously using the web-based FFID, but now I think everything is moving into the S4. So it's like how this mechanism work with the S4 is like, where end user wants to use or support team wants to use the FFID. Every time they have to launch LP to go into the Fury portal, and from there they have to access. So the issue is like currently which we have faced is like, if support team wants to use the backend along with the Fury, so they need to use the web-based FFID in the system, not the existing ABAP-based. So is this something new feature SAP has introduced for the FFID?
No, I mean the GUI-based FFIDs are still working, and I mean they are not like stopped by SAP that they can't use the GUI-based FFIDs. So I think if in your client, it may be something which is restricted by them.
No,
I mean, you need to
I will
check
tell you the
on that.
issue is like, so currently the client is using the private cloud S4. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So they have enabled the single sign-on for the Fury link. Now, what is happening? What the problem is, like, if let's say somebody got the access for the FFID, and the moment they launch the FLV transaction, by default it is going inside with their own ID because of SSO.
Okay, okay,
So
okay.
just so they have raised it to the SAP. It's like, because it's like the moment I go into the FFID and launch the Fury link, it should go inside using the FFID, not using their own ID. So this is
Yes,
the
it's
current.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the current issue is like which we are facing with our client at the moment. And second thing is like,
Okay.
if you have any details about the web-based FFID, the privileged, how we can use those web-based if we can provide the more guidance, that would be helpful for all of us. I think all of us will be using those FFID concept sooner, as like for the S4. But that's the challenging part I can see only because SAP has not provided any complete documentations for this. And they have given some notes as like how to configure the FLP and NWBC based FFID. So we are using the
Yeah.
FLP based, but there is not a complete documentation set like we used to have for the ABAP.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so I've noted it. I think when we go to the Fury section, when we talk about Fury, we can have this topic also, that what all configurations you need to do for web-based
so like
FFID.
kind of hands-on session it's like I'm looking, it's like how we do in the SAP. So it's like everybody can also get aware. It's like once they moving to the S4, how what all things we need to do for the Fury thing.
Yes, definitely. We can. I mean, you guys have system access also, so we can do it hands-on. I can show you what all things we need to do, and then you can try to do it in your individual systems as well. So we can see that definitely. But yeah, I mean, that should not go to his regular ID. It should go to his firefighter. It should open the firefighter ID itself. So that is something which is missing in the config part, at least what I can think of right now when you're telling me. But yeah, there can be other reasons also which we need to think about. Okay, so that was about the web-based FFID. Any other scenarios, any other challenges in the firefighter ID in your client which you're working on, and anything in your real time scenario which you want to discuss, which you came across? Because I think firefighter IDs or the privilege access model is something which is, we have various issues on it which comes in, and then every time is something we need to see the scenario and then tackle it, that what went wrong, how was it, or how did it go. Anybody wants to discuss anything more? Okay, you can go to the next topic then. No worries. So the next is the securing your system landscape. So these days we are having a multi-tier landscape with separate development, quality, and production environments. And then it is something which is recommended by as well, whether it is on-premise or cloud. We need to ensure that there are separate landscapes for your developers to develop something and your testers to test it in development as well as quality. And then the next is the production environment, where once the things are developed, tested, and then they are fit enough, they should be deployed in the production environments. Again, the access to the production environment should be restricted only to the authorized personnel. If they are not fit to be moved into the production, those users should not be allowed the production access. So that is something which still remains critical, even if it is S4HANA or ECC or cloud. So production still remains a production, and then we need to ensure that only authorized personnel are having access to that. Then we have things like firewalls, network segmentation, which can also be ensured to protect the SAP systems from unauthorized access, and then ensuring that developers cannot directly alter the production data. So we need to ensure that those things are taken care of whenever we think about securing a system landscape. So coming to cloud, as I told, I mean, giving an example of public cloud, SAP has ensured that the developer license is much more costlier than the regular license. So in that way, SAP is trying to ensure that less developers are getting there in the system. They are creating the development, whatever is required by the clients. And then the other users are there in the production system or the further systems, like we called it as customizing client. I mean, those terms are there. So we need to ensure that the respective people who belong to development are there in development, and then production users should be the actual production users and not everyone present in the development quality needs to be there in the production. So it's just a quick overview on the system landscape. And we have something called as, like, these are some of the security features which are available for S4 HANA. Some of them were available still for SAP ECC. And then as SAP has continued to use it for SAP S4 HANA as well. So the first is like SAP HANA Secure User Store, or the SSUS. So it basically allows for secure storage and management of user credentials. So this is something which is still available, and then it was present, I think, as in when the SAP HANA database launched, this was launched along with it. So this we can still continue to use it. But then again, as I said, I mean, if you have IAS in your client, then for storing the user credentials and the storage of it, I think that is a more recommended approach than the SSUS. But then SSUS is something which is still there, which you can continue to use. And it is a very efficient security feature which is available. And the next is the SAP HANA audit policy. So this is something which basically allows the logging and monitoring of system activities, and it identifies any potential security threats and ensures that we are accountable enough for any mishaps which are happening in the system. So we need to ensure that the audit policy or the auditing is enabled. So it may not directly fall upon us. Some of the tasks can be basis related also in your individual client systems. But then whenever we are entering into a new client landscape, we need to ensure that at least we need to be aware about that is the audit policy enabled or not, or if it is checked off, then why was it done? Yeah, that is something we need to check whenever we get into a new client landscape, so that whenever an audit question comes to us, we can redirect it to the audit policy that this was enabled, and then from here we can track if the audit logs are there, or like whatever is mentioned as part of the audit policy, we can track it according to the situation. But then again, enabling it is important, and then we need to ensure that it is enabled. And then if it is not enabled, then we need to know the reason that, okay, why it was disabled for the respective client. So that, yeah, going forward, whenever we get a question, we don't need to struggle around to check that, okay, we are unable to find the audit logs, what is the reason. So we need to ensure that that thing is covered. Then the third comes is the SAP HANA data anonymization. So anonymization, encrypting, I think these things you would hear about these terms quite frequently. So like there's a difference between each of this. But I think for now, for us, it's the SAP HANA data anonymization, which we'll talk about. So anonymization is nothing but it basically protects your sensitive data during development and testing by replacing the personal identifiers with fake data or pseudonyms, which we can think of. So it basically ensures that developers do not have access to the real sensitive information. So whenever developers are doing any testing, so they may not do it with the real data which is available, but the real data will be encrypted or will be anonymized here in this case by some fake data or pseudonyms, so that it will basically prevent even the developers to see what exact information are they dealing with. And then that is something which again is a security feature which allows the developers to ensure that they are not able to see the real data, which is definitely a sensitive information which is available. Yeah, these are the three things which are available for SAP S4HANA dedicatedly, which can be used. And by understanding and implementing these security concepts, the organizations can significantly enhance their security posture, protect against unauthorized access, and then remain in compliance and ensure that the system integrity, availability, and confidentiality is intact. Next, as we just talked about, is ensuring that a single sign-on or the multi-factor authentication, the two-factor authentication is in place. So that is another feature which is available. So in order to ensure that our authentication mechanisms are strong and the single sign-on is enabled, we need to ensure that we have the strong password policies. So having a strong password policy definitely ensures that the authentication is secure, because the first layer, if it is a password related, then having a strong password policy is something which is recommended to be used. So when I talk about strong password policies, it can be limiting a password to be of certain length and complexity, requiring regular password changes to reduce the risk of any compromise. We need to ensure that these things are in place. When I talk about two-factor authentication, it basically means adding an additional layer of security by requiring not just a password, because password is something that a user would know, but also something that the user has, like a temporary code sent to their mobile device, like a authenticator app which we are having, or it may be via phone call as well. It may be via the biometric authentication. So these are some things which can be used. So biometric for the authentication may refer to your fingerprints, your facial recognition. They also may act as authentication mechanisms. So next is like single sign-on. So SSO basically is a centralized session and user authentication service in which one set of login credentials can be used to access multiple applications. If you have logged in via SSO in one application, and then you are moving to another application which also requires your user credentials, so you won't need to do it multiple times. So as soon as you log in via SSO in one session, it will act as a centralized session for you, and then that can be used further to access multiple applications. SSO also enhances the user experience by reducing the number of times, as I mentioned, the number of times the user needs to log in. So you don't need to log into individual applications every time. If you're logged in via SSO, it will basically make sure that the number of times you would have need to log into multiple applications, that is reduced. And also it simplifies the management of user accounts and credentials. So why it is crucial from a security standpoint. We need to think about it as well, that SSO, though available, what is it doing in order to ensure that the systems are secure? So there are few things which we can talk about in terms of the security of SSO. The first thing which I can think about is your likelihood of password fatigue, which we can call like the reuse of passwords across multiple services. Because again, password is something which we ideally should remember. We should not write it somewhere or save it somewhere, but then we tend to do it. And then again, the compromising of passwords, which we see on a daily basis as something which is a cyber threat, which happens day in and day out, that people's Instagram accounts, Facebook accounts are hacked and all. So this is because of the password failures or the password fatigues which we tend to do. So SSO becomes an important security feature which enables that. Due to that, we are ensuring that the password fatigues are not there. The second thing which I can think about is it basically centralizes the control over the user access. So it will make it easier to revoke access as well whenever necessary. So if you are logged off from one device, you don't need to log off from every device. As soon as you log off from one session, it will ensure that all other sessions which are open, it will also get logged off. And then it's not like every session you need to go and you need to log off individually. So it will make it easier to revoke access whenever necessary. The third thing which I can think about is, it often integrates with your strong authentication mechanisms. So SSO integrated with your authentication mechanism provides a balance between your security and convenience. So in that way, SSO, which will look into it in the hands-on sessions as well, how it is there to ensure that your entire security, starting with SSO to logging off, is intact. So that is something which we need to ensure that we are doing it in the client systems. So next, I'll move fast in the encrypt sensitive data. So as we talked about the anonymization techniques of HANA, which we have. So similarly, we have something called as encrypt sensitive data. So encryption is different from anonymization, and it is basically a process of converting data into a coded format. So in anonymization, what we used to do was that was a technique to replace it with a fake data or pseudonyms. But encryption is another process where we convert the data into codes. So encrypting sensitive data basically ensures that even if a data is intercepted or addressed or accessed by any other individual which were not authorized to do it, it cannot be read or misused. So if it is something which is coded, so even if it is leaked, then it will ensure that the person who is able to access it, though he is not authorized to use it, he'll not be able to misuse it directly. The other way, what he can do is, he will need to make sure that he decrypts the data if it is leaked as well. So encrypting the sensitive data is something which is critical in terms of security. There can be backups done, which ensures that encrypting the backup data, it basically will ensure your copies of sensitive data are also protected. So again, this is crucial for preventing data breaches from stolen or improperly disposed the backup media which we dispose of, even if that is something which is caught by the intruders. So even that will be like completely encrypted. So that will ensure that your data is not leaked and then it is secure. Yeah. Then there's something called as SAP ETD, which you might have heard about. So this is again a secure SAP proprietary application itself, which is SAP Enterprise Threat Detection. So it basically ensures that whenever you're using the big data analysis to monitor your security threats. So it assists in the real-time enabling of a rapid detection and response to potential incidents.
Hey there! Want to master SAP S for HANA security? Our course is designed just for you. Learn at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S for HANA security. It's all about keeping your SAP system safe and sound, from managing user access to protecting data. We cover everything you need, from the basics to advanced security measures. Created by experts with tons of experience, our instructors are top-notch pros, ready to guide you and answer all your questions. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful the course is. People like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's budget-friendly. You get top-quality learning without breaking the bank. Ready to secure your SAP S/4HANA skills? Sign up now on our page. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
So this is a SAP proprietary app, which you can further read about, SAP Enterprise Threat Detection. It ensures that if it is enabled for your system, then all of the things which we talked about the audit things, about the sensitive data and encryption, anonymization, all of that is like a direct feature which are supported by SAP themselves. And then like this is entirely a different product itself, but this is quite a handy product which we can recommend to the client for implementing, so that we don't need to do that individually, separately. All the things which we talked about in this session till now, about auditing, making sure that the auditing is enabled, that sensitive data is anonymized. So those things are taken care directly in the ETD itself. Then there is a feature called a system logging. So by ensuring that the system login is enabled, we can ensure that the information which is like vital for investigating any incidents or identifying any malicious attacks, that is taken care of whenever the action from audit comes in, or even when a client requests us for providing a business impact analysis on any of the incidents which went wrong. So system logging is something which definitely will come into very big help for us if it is enabled. And then we need to ensure that we are tracking it in when the time comes, or based on a proactive basis also. This is something which we can have as a regular activity, which we are doing at least on a bi-weekly basis, that just going through the system logs and seeing if there is any misuse or there is any discrepancy in the data which we are seeing. If somebody who has not logged in for a month or so, and then he has logged in only for one day, and then he has used some very critical transactions, which we can see in the system logs. So that should be something which can be a critical or a red flag for us. We need to look into it. Or there can be various other incidents which we can think about. So those can be traced with the system logging reports which we get, which we need to trace it out. And then finally, not waiting for the external audits or the internal audits, having your own security audits also. I think this is something which has proven time and there that it is very efficient for us to conduct the regular security audits. So it basically helps us to validate the compliance with security policies, identify the vulnerabilities across systems, and ensuring that the security controls are effective and they are in place and they are working fine as in when they were designed to be. So security audits is something which I would advise you to ensure that is in place for your client, and then you have a strong mechanism, and then irrespective of anything, you try to follow it. Either it can be on a monthly basis, bi-monthly, bi-weekly, depending on how your client also needs it. But again, this is something which will help us in ensuring that our systems are secure. And again, the audits can involve both, I mean, automated as well as the manual controls, the inspection of your systems and practices. So it is not something which is like a standard thing, which like only you need to audit the so and so things. But again, depending on what you want to keep it, either it can be the inspection of your systems, inspection of your practices, like how the firefighter ID is being managed, if it is managed correctly, how your regular usage of, so all of you might have a ticketing tool. So in that ticket would have been raised and then it would have been forwarded to you. Is that secure? Is that still working fine? Or, I mean, you can think about even the day-to-day things which you are dealing with, that also like have a dedicated session and then do a proper audit of it. Take a scenario that if this ticket was raised and then it belonged to security, it ended up closing in the security area. So the complete flow of it, you can trace it out and then you can try to audit it if it was behaving as it would have been expected to behave. So that is something which will help us in ensuring that the entire security flow or the complete your ticketing flow in this case is secure and then the process is followed correctly and then there is no gap in that. So with the help of security audits, we can ensure that we are taking care of the systems as well as the practices being followed for our client. And last but not the least is the implementation of segregation of duties. So SOD is something which we'll talk about in detail as well as in when we go. But I think SODs, you all would be working it on a daily basis. It is a key control or an internal control, if I can say, that will prevent your frauds and errors by ensuring that no single individual has control over all aspects of a financial transaction or a critical business operation transaction. So we need to ensure that segregation of duties are intact and in place so that it will prevent us from a lot of financial mishap which may happen. So the first thing coming to SODs is the defining of SOD rules. So we need to identify the critical tasks and processes in order to start with the defining of SOD rules. So the tasks here can be divided into like on multiple individual or roles. So defining tasks can be either individual basis or on a roles basis. So we can think about it, if I think about an example, like the person who requests a purchase order should not be the same person to approve it. So you can think about that example as on an individual basis. And then coming to task basis, there can be multiple tasks which can be performed. And then on that basis, what tasks should not conflict with another task. That is something which we need to think about. This is again an activity which we need to conduct by working with business people or the client itself in order to ensure that whatever tasks are there in the landscape, those are correctly defined. And then, we need to come up with like what tasks can conflict with one another. Like if the client is aware of it, we can take his thoughts. But then again, comparing it ourselves also is something which is critical. And then technically also how it looks like. If for a tasks, what all T codes are used, what all Fiori apps are used, and then how do you define them in the rule set which we design. So that will help you in defining of your SOD rules. SAP Access Control. So SAP Access Control basically utilizes your role-based access controls and it leverages the SOD rules to manage your user access to prevent any conflicting interest details. So it basically includes your tools for monitoring and enforcing SOD policies and for detecting any unresolved violations. So this is something which is offered as part of GRC, the governance, risk and compliance, which most of the clients do have whenever they have SAP S/4HANA. But there are other tools also available in the market, which these days are becoming quite popular. So that can also be used for having a access control, but then defining the SOD is something which it starts with. And then access control mechanism is something which you can leverage either from SAP's proprietary GRC tool, or you can go with the other tools as well. Like these days we have SailPoint, I have worked upon, and then there is something called as PathLock also, which is available for cloud these days. So that can also be accessed for implementation of strict segregation of duties. And third, again, it is something which is very critical, is the regular reviews and updates. So as in when businesses evolve, and as the businesses evolve, so do their risks and processes. They also evolve on a timely basis. So we need to ensure that we are regularly reviewing and updating the SOD rules and the user access rights so that they remain aligned with the current business practices and the compliance requirements. So it's like a continuous process which we need to start from defining to regularly reviewing and updating it. So yeah, I mean, you just can't define it and then and just sit with that, because as in when your systems will evolve, the technical requirements will change. You'll need to update your SOD rules. You'll need to update your rule set. So all of it is something which you need to think about, and then it needs to happen on a regular basis. And then by implementing all these practices, we can ensure that we are strengthening the authentication by implementing a strong SSO, by encrypting sensitive data. All of it will help us secure the SAP systems against any unauthorized access. And then it will ensure, again, as we talked about initially, in the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, the CIA triad, as the SAP calls it. And then it will ensure that our business data is secured. Yeah, I think this was it about the security features till now. Next, we'll move to secure development practices, and we'll talk about the emerging technologies and trends. So I wanted to touch upon this topic before we dive into the details of greenfield implementation, brownfield, bluefield, because I think this is something which becomes critical and then we tend to forget about these topics. So I just wanted to keep this in the initial sessions before we do a deep dive into the greenfield, brownfield, and then the hands-on sessions on the Fiori topics. So we can start with the next topic. It's like secure development practices. So all of you would have heard about this term called as SDLC, which is nothing but your secure development lifecycle. So it basically revolves around your processes around planning, design, implementation, verification, and maintenance. So all of these 5 scenarios are there, which comes into picture whenever we talk about SDLC. So I would like to start by giving you a use case scenario, which I dealt with recently, or I mean, all of you might have also dealt with it, but just try to relate with it based on how you would have gone with any client which you would have worked in end to end. So my purpose for having this topic is that we need to ensure that we are emphasizing that integration of security is very important in every phase of software development lifecycle, or as SDLC. So the client is, or the end users are not taking the security as just an afterthought, but a fundamental component of system development. So that's how we need to make sure that security is integrated. So if you take an example of a healthcare provider which has decided to develop a new patient management system, and then it plans to use the SAP S/4HANA to improve the patient care and the operational efficiency in which it is operating upon. So the system needed to secure this entire thing of handling the sensitive patient data, including medical histories, treatment plans, or any even the personal identification information. It should all comply with the healthcare regulations like HIPAA, which we talked about. So if the healthcare provider is belonging to US, then definitely that HIPAA restrictions need to be taken care of. So, I mean, how do we do that? I mean, HIPAA is like a very big policy, and then we can't just go about it and then read about each of the policies, each of the line items mentioned there. So being a security consultant, how do we think about by complying with HIPAA and then making sure that the healthcare provider going with the SAP S/4HANA from a security standpoint is secure? So let's just talk about how do we do this in this scenario. So when it comes to the first stage of planning, so the project will basically initiate with a clear emphasis on security and privacy, crucial for the healthcare applications. So we need to ensure that we clearly outline the requirements for access controls and audit trails, ensuring to HIPAA compliance. So whatever data we would require in terms of access controls, we need to ensure that we have in place, or we at least put it out in the planning phase, that we need to have it so that we can ensure that we are complying with HIPAA. Then the next stage comes with the design phase. So during this phase, the security architects, us, will employ a threat modeling to pinpoint any potential vulnerabilities. So whenever we think about, like, we have got the access control data and everything, and whenever we start designing of the roles, or at least identifying the T codes or Fiori apps which can be in place for the healthcare client, we need to ensure that we pinpoint any potential vulnerabilities, such as like unauthorized access to patient records or data breaches. So that is something which we need to point out during the design phase, so that while doing the design, we bring it to the notice of the client that this is something which we have identified. And then finally, the design of the system should be very secure and it should impact the overall security. So that is in the second phase, which is the design phase. Then third comes is the implementation phase. So in the implementation phase, basically the developers are trained in secure coding practices specific to the healthcare applications. So the techniques they use, such as input validation, output encoding, and proper error handling. So these basically they'll like prevent the common vulnerabilities, such as some of the common attacks like cross scripting, cross-site scripting, injection attacks. These are some of the attacks which basically may come in. So while in implementation, we need to ensure that the development team is implementing the robust authentication mechanisms as well. And then, as we talked about the MFAs or the authenticator having their RSAs being there, we need to ensure that in the implementation phase itself, that is something which is taken care of from a security standpoint. Then fourth is the verification stage. So while verification, the application basically undergoes the rigorous security testing, including even the static application testing to catch any vulnerabilities which are there in the development cycle. And even the dynamic application testing also is something which we need to ensure that it is being taken care of, so that both the static as well as dynamic both are tested in the verification stage of the SDLC. So the verification stage will also should include any code reviews which are there, which are focusing on security. So we need to ensure that whenever this verification stage happens, we have some strict code reviews also in place, which are focused on security. Then the last stage comes is the maintenance stage. So post deployment, the system is subjected to a continuous monitoring for new vulnerabilities or any SOD conflicts or anything. So with the regular testing, we need to ensure that the security posture is properly maintained. So we need to ensure that the team also establishes a protocol for updating the applications and SAP S/4HANA platform with the latest security patches. So as we all know that SAP releases the security patches or the notes or any bug fixes on a regular basis. So we need to ensure that if we are taking care of the maintenance also, then those things are also implemented on a timely basis. We need to be aware of when does SAP launch the updates or the bug fixes. And then if there is any bug in the SAP system, or if that is something, even if it's not a bug, but it is like an enhancement which has been released by SAP, we need to ensure that we incorporate that. First of all, evaluate if it is applicable to us, and then definitely try to incorporate it so that we can further enhance the security practices. So yeah, this was an example from a healthcare client trying to comply with a HIPAA process, which is like a healthcare regulation in the United States. So in all the phases, starting from planning to design to implementation to verification and to maintenance, we are ensuring that security is something which is not overlooked and it is there in each of the phases of the development. So what happens post this? I mean, like we ensure that security is there from start to the last, the maintenance phase. So the advantages which we can think about achieving is we'll try to mitigate the risks right from the first stage itself. So it's like early identification and mitigation of vulnerabilities of any data breaches or any potential breaches which we can think about. So we can start right from the start in order to ensure that we are mitigating the risks right from the first cycle of development, which is the planning stage. Then the second advantage from a security standpoint is ensuring of compliance. So the system which we are designing now is met with all regulatory requirements, which we initially started with. And then we can definitely avoid any penalties or which can be imposed upon us. And then it will definitely foster the trust among the patients or the end users which are using that SAP S/4HANA app application for us. Then third advantage which I can think about is building a secure foundation right from the start itself. So by embedding of the security into all stages of SDLC. The healthcare provider basically will establish a robust security culture, and it should finally pave a way for us for having a future-proof security application. So these are some of the outcomes which we can think about once we embed the security into all the phases of SDLC. Yeah, I think that was it for security development practices, all secure development practices which we need to think about whenever we are operating for any client. So that, I mean, these days SAP is coming up with not like a definitive SDLC approach, but there's an activate methodology which SAP is promoting, which we will talk about when we talk about the greenfield implementation, brownfield implementation as well. So, I mean, that is also, they have just ensured that activate methodology contains some dedicated practices, but all of it again comes within the SDLC scenario only, where we start from the planning, then we design, and then finally we move to the verification and maintenance. So we need to ensure that from a security standpoint, we are covered, and then we are trying to secure our applications right from the start. Any queries, any questions in the SDLC which you have?
Static and dynamic testing.
So the static and dynamic testing basically refers to like some of the bits which you test are static. So like they are not changing. So right from the implementation, if you have implemented it, those things will remain as standard. So all of it might not directly refer to the security testing, but like those bits will not change. I mean, as in when the business requirements come, those things will remain as it is, and then you need to test it out. So that comes under static testing. And then some of the bits in the SAP are keep on changing. Like if your designation changes, if you are promoted, or if you are a rehire, like that will impact your roles from a security standpoint. So that comes in the dynamic testing. So you need to ensure that your static and dynamic both are tested, and dynamic is something which will change based on the scenario, whereas the static will remain as is, and then from scenario to scenario, it will not change. So that comes under static testing. So yeah, we can move on to the next topic then. So even if I think about from a dynamic testing standpoint, like there are few things which are coming into my mind. I'll just mention that as well. So you can think about like Fiori application security that can fall under dynamic testing, because the user interface of S4HANA, it can be subjected to a lot of dynamic testing, including the real-time scenarios such as the authentication bypasses, the session management, or the cross-scripting, or any of the user-related sessions. If we assign a particular security Fiori app to a user, and then we change it to a different app, or we prevent the access to one app. So all of it will fall under dynamic testing. So you can think about it from a dynamic standpoint, dynamic testing standpoint, as a Fiori application security as well, which will basically change with the situation to situation. That's about the dynamic testing example. The next is the emerging security technologies and trends. So these are some of the things which you would have heard about, or you would read about it in the coming days as well a lot. I mean, these are some of the things which are now getting embedded in the SAP S4HANA itself, or if not embedded directly in private cloud right now, they'll be further embedded going with the next releases. So these are some of the things which you should be aware of. So the first thing here which we think about is the intelligent threat detection. So intelligent threat detection is something which is quite critical for us these days, because coming to threats, I mean, threats can be coming from anywhere. So it can be related to your roles, it can be related to your Fiori apps, it can be related to the codes which ABAPers have created in the system. So in order to detect it, so SAP is coming up with intelligent threat detection, which can be embedded in the SAP S4HANA itself. So whenever we design any system, or whenever there are any changes in the system happening, whether ABAPers have changed the code and not informed us, or they might have missed informing us, or that is something which they would have done accidentally. So that will come as part of this threat detection itself, when that it will raise an alarm that there is something which is going on in the system which is not correct. So you need to be aware of it, and then the system will inform it to you immediately. And then you need to make sure that you cater to that. So that's about intelligent threat detection. So next comes is the enhanced user and entity behavior analytics. So as I was telling that we need to go through the system logs, we need to go through the audit logs on a timely basis in order to ensure that we are finding any malfunctioning of the system or malfunctioning of any user who has not logged in, and then suddenly he has logged in and then used some sensitive transactions. So that is something which SAP will do it for you from their end itself. So it will basically do this behavior analytics or the user analytics on its own, and then it will share you the report based on the frequency you require it. So that is something which will be embedded in the SAP S/4HANA systems itself. So that will be like a huge boon for us, because we can reduce the manual efforts in this case, and then we can just follow the reports which we are getting, and then based on that we can further decide that, okay, so if this is something which is malfunctioning, or if we have a doubt or a red flags for any user, that what all transactions is he using, what all data is he trying to pull out, we can definitely go ahead and investigate more in that. But then yeah, that is something which will be embedded in the system itself, and then we can get that report directly. So third comes is the intelligent identity and access management. So that is something which is still, it is not right now developed that much that it can be embedded directly. But yeah, SAP is working on it, and then this is definitely something futuristic which we can think about, maybe definitely coming in at least next 5 years from now, that the identity and access management which we are doing these days, it will also be in intelligent wise. So if we think about like creation of a ticket, and then we looking at it, and then we analyzing that what all roles a user may require, what all Fiori apps the user may require, and then if the roles are present, we can assign it. If roles are not present, we need to design the roles. So all of the manual thinking which we need to do, so not all of it can be automated in this way, but yeah, I think majority bits can be automated, and then depending on how you are training that model, what all things you are embedding in it, whether it can be your entire Fiori apps list, your entire role list. So it can provide you what can I say? Like reports or the analysis that this ticket we have received for so and so user, whether that user is present in the system or he is not present in the system, or the kind of access the user is requesting, is it available readily in a role which we have got, or if it is not available, then if you need to design a new role, so what all things needs to be embedded in the new role. So all of it will be done, and then the reports will be provided to you, and based on that you need to think about it, that what action you need to take. So that will fall under the identity and access management, the intelligent identity and access management, I would say. So that's about this. So this we are already having some of it in the public cloud itself, where we are getting recommendations that based on the access requested, what all things can be provided to the user. So that's something which SAP has started embedding it, but then that is still under. Not all the users are having it. It is like on a beta phase. It's running on. So yeah, I was just part of one of it while doing it along with SAP. So yeah, this I wanted to emphasize, because that is something which is coming. Then that will definitely assist us in improving our security standards for any client. So next is this advanced encryption and data protection. So as we talked about the encryption techniques and anonymization techniques, so that also will be further enhanced. And then some of the things which we used to do manually would be automated. And then with the help of that, yeah, definitely we'll achieve some better encryption and data protection techniques. And then it will assist us in ensuring that we are spending more time into the other activities, and then these things are taken care of the automated way itself. So the next thing is the predictive vulnerability management. So again, this is similar to the enhanced user analytics which we talked about. So this also will, once I'm embedded in the system, like ETD is the main application target for this. So ETD will ensure that right now it is doing the vulnerability management for you, or from our standpoint also we are doing it on a manual basis, that what all things are vulnerable in the system, what all things can be impacted. But then yeah, SAP will tell you, once embedded in the SAP systems, it will predict it beforehand itself, and then it will ensure that the reports which you get, those are already available for you in order to predict any vulnerability in the system. So the next is the automated security operations. So security operations which we do on a daily basis, I mean, those also are planned to be automated, whether it is a creation of a user, assignment of role to a user, or creating a SSO for the user. I mean, yeah, there are plans to automate majority of it, so that what we can do is we need to just make sure that we are checking it on a timely basis, that as per the request which we have received, whether the security operations are happening, and then those operations are happening on a correct way. Because the systems are, I mean, even if they are implemented, they'll not be that secure enough to be trusted. So yeah, I mean, our job will still be there, but then our job will be reduced in terms of doing it for each user manually. So majority will be automated, and then that will definitely assist us in spending our time into more relevant things, and instead of just doing the manual work. Yeah, these were some of the emerging security technologies and trends, which some of it are ready to be implemented directly in the SAP systems, and some of it are still under development, which will be embedded. Maybe soon you'll see that in the coming years. So good to be aware of it. And then definitely, I think from your end also, you start reading more about these things. I think you'll get these PPTs. So try to read more about what is intelligent threat detection, how it is working, what is behavior analytics. I mean, all of it. I think the more you read, the more you will analyze that. I mean, how it is working exactly, and then how it will benefit you in the coming days. Yeah, that was about the emerging security technologies. Any questions on this, or anything which you are using right now in your client? I mean, anything of it, has it been already implemented for any of your clients, or there are talks around this getting implemented? Anything you want to share?
No.
Okay, so we can move forward then, and keeping yourself updated on the new trends which are coming in for SAP S/4HANA. So again, I mean, these are the things which will definitely assist you when it comes to having the emerging trends in the embedded in the SAP S/4HANA. So these are some of the advantages which we have talked about. Majority of this in our earlier slides. So I'll just pause for a bit so that you can go through the what all are the advantages, or what all are the features, these things once I'm embedded into the security landscape of S/4HANA. So yeah, I'll just move on to the next topic then. We have talked about it. So yeah, I mean, next is if we do a deep dive into what all things are coming in. So these are some of the things which is provided in a graphical way. But then yeah, I think you would have heard about something called as zero trust architecture. You would have heard about blockchain. So all of it again is not entirely related to SAP. But then this is something like the zero trust architecture is something which is getting embedded into SAP right now. And then this is basically a practice which is being followed, or then SAP is trying to push it, so that when this also becoming the SAP systems which are in place becomes more and more secure. So if I take an example for explaining this zero trust architecture, is basically where no user or device is trusted by default. So we need to ensure that it's like almost on a 100% basis, that we need to ensure that there is no user or device which is trusted by default, regardless whether they are inside or outside the network parameters. So these days, since we are operating from home, we are operating from office, we are available to be logged in from our mobile itself. So all the devices which we are using to log in, all of it is like a trusted device. We need to ensure that the trust is secured for each of the device where we are trying to log in. So that basically refers to the zero trust architecture which the SAP is trying to promote. So this basically involves like a strict identity verification, minimal access rights provided, and like continuous monitoring of all users and all devices which the users are using for logging in. So that's something which we should think about when it comes to securing our landscape. If we try to give an example, say the users within the corporate network would need to authenticate and would only be granted access to the specific resources necessary for their roles. So if a user is logging in within the corporate network, so the first thing is the authentication, which they would definitely need to do. if they are logging in from their laptop or they are logging in from their mobile devices, and then they are granted only the specific resources which are necessary for their roles. So we need to ensure that whether you are logging in from your mobile or your laptop, you are not granted some additional access based on the device you are using. So whatever access you are having in your laptop, it should not be more than what access you are trying to have in your mobile devices as well. So all of it basically will fall under the zero trust architecture, which we need to ensure that we are strictly following it. So that is something which is critical for the security landscape. So giving an example for blockchain, if I talk about for securing the transaction. So for blockchain, if we think about, say, you can consider like the transactions made with SAP S/4HANA, particularly if we talk about in the supply chain management industry. So with the help of blockchain, we can ensure that the integrity and the traceability of transactions are there, which can further prevent any tampering of the system, and then it should facilitate the audits. For example, like each step in the supply chain, starting from the raw material procurement to final product delivery, they can all be recorded on a blockchain, which can further create a verifiable tamper-proof record for the entire process. So with the help of embedding of blockchain, it will help us that the supply chain management system which we are using, it can be secured from an end to end. So that's something which is there in the scope, and then we definitely need to ensure that these things we are using it, then it will help us in ensuring that our systems are secure. I think, I mean, rest all things are also coming in, and then we already have talked about it. So I'll not like to talk more on this. But yeah, in case you have anything, you can definitely ask me whether now or later also, if you want to talk about any of these things. Because I think these things are there in terms of innovations in the cyber security. And then it is something which will impact our SAP security as well. So the next thing which comes is the access control and segregation of duties. So this is something which we are doing it on a daily basis. And then this is something which we need to be aware about, because I think if majority of us are using GRC, and then GRC has SAP access control, which has been there for quite some time, and then it is much improved. And then SAP is coming up with a new version of GRC as well, which is like IAG is already there for cloud, but from a GRC standpoint also, there's a new product which is coming in, which will be a quite improved than the GRC 12, which is right now available for us. So if we talk about the access control, so it basically has 5 features which are available. So user management, role management, recertification or the user access reviews, which we do, and then risk analysis, RA module, which the GRC allows, and then finally the PAM or the privileged access management. So yeah, with the help of these 5 features, we can try to make sure that our entire system is protected. And then if a user or if a user only say has some additional access, or if he needs to have any new roles, so all of it is catered within this access control scenario itself. So all the 5 pillars of access control will help us in defining all the security practices which we talked about in the initial slides in an efficient way. So these are the things which you need to ensure that we are covering whenever we are trying to design the security for the client.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of SAP Identity Management in S/4HANA Security? Option A, network traffic monitoring. Option B, user provisioning and access governance. Option C, database encryption. Option D, malware detection. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master SAP S for HANA Security? Our course is designed just for you. Learn at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S for HANA Security. It's all about keeping your SAP system safe and sound, from managing user access to protecting data. We cover everything you need, from the basics to advanced security measures. Created by experts with tons of experience. Our instructors are top-notch pros, ready to guide you and answer all your questions. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful the course is. People like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's budget friendly. You get top quality learning without breaking the bank. Ready to secure your SAP S/4HANA skills? Sign up now on our page. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
Coming to access control and segregation of duties. So these are the common terms which we would have heard about day in and day out. So what exactly are these and how are they affecting our SAP S/4HANA system is something we'll talk more about. So when it comes to, before jumping on to segregation of duties, I'd like to first talk about what is access control. So access control, basically in the layman language, if we talk about, it's nothing but limiting the access to information for any end users or for information processing systems. So we just need to limit the access in order to make sure that we are not giving the elevated access or any additional access which is not required for that in individual for his particular day-to-day work or his maybe less frequency once in a week work also. We need to ensure that that kind of control is there in place. So when we talk about SAP, this translates into ensuring that users can only access data and transactions relevant to their role. So in terms of Fiori, if I talk about, the transactions will be translated into Fiori apps. So in terms of SAP, the entire access control which we will delve into would be more into restricting access to the Fiori apps the user has access to. So that's a quick definition about the access control. Now coming to segregation of duties. So segregation of duties, if I look at the definition standpoint, so it is basically, it can be named as like a critical internal control that prevents any single individual from executing two or more conflicting sensitive tasks. So if both the tasks are sensitive and then both of them are given to any individual, it may result into something called a segregation of duties. So segregation of duties basically aims to reduce the risks of errors or fraud. So this is the basic thing in short, which I can think about, that if we implement an efficient segregation of duties, we'll intend to reduce the errors or fraud which may potentially have happened if both the sensitive accesses are given to any individual. So again, I mean, sensitive access, when I say, so sensitive access on its own also is very critical. So that also should be taken care of while assigning to any individual. But then, yeah, I mean, when there are two or more sensitive risks and then they become combined, they result into segregation of duties, or in short, we call as SODs. So if we think about any real life use case, I've got something for you from a recent document which I came across. So I just wanted to walk you through that to give you a more real life example on how basically things happen in the real world. So this is an example from Barings Bank, which is like one of the oldest banks of UK, which was brought down in 1995 by the actions of a single trader called Nick Leeson from its Singapore office. So the bank, like almost history dating back to 1762, was declared insolvent, as we can see in this. And then this will be diving into what led to the collapse of the entire bank. And I mean, after the investigation, it was brought into the notice that the major thing was the segregation of duties which were overlooked during that time, and it led to a huge loss of more than 800 million during the time of 1995. So if we convert it to today's how the pound to INR is converted, we can think about it may result into hundreds of crores. So let's just see that what exactly happened during 1995 with the Barings Bank. So basically, Nick Leeson was the person who was playing a dual role, and then there was definitely an SOD which was overlooked. So the Nick Leeson was in charge for both the trading floor and the settlement operations. So what does that dual role meant? So it meant that he could trade freely on the behalf of the bank while also reporting his activities without any oversight. So he was doing both these roles without any oversight or any third person evaluating his activities. So this was one of the major things which he took the advantage of. So if there would have been a proper SOD environment, these roles would have been strictly separated, and then they could have just avoided the collapse of the bank or the entire losses which they incurred. Again, I mean, these are some of the things which refer to the same SOD related things. So due to the lack of SOD, again, he was able to hide his losses in an error account. He used to report it in an error account that it was an error. And because of that, he used to manage both trading as well as reporting, and then he was able to manipulate the system. So yeah, I think I'll share this case study with you. You can go this in detail. But yeah, well, basically the purpose of sharing this case study was to ensure that if we have proper SODs in place, we can definitely reduce lot of financial risks which are there if SODs are implemented efficiently in the system. So I'll jump on to the slide again. Yeah, as we discussed, the SODs, if properly implemented, it will assist us in reducing the frauds and reducing the errors as well as preventing the errors and frauds both. So what's next? So how do we improve the access control and segregation of duties? So let's look at the tools for SODs which are available for us to be used. So the first thing is the strategy itself, I would say, because that's your key thing which you need to discuss and then you need to come up with, depending on client to client, that what would be your strategy in terms of preventing the SODs or creating the SODs or creating the rule sets. We'll talk about this in detail as well. But yeah, I mean, before coming to any tools, it's first the strategy. How do you want to deal with it? So basically this slide will be discussing the implementation strategies for managing SOD policies effectively. So the first thing which is there is the dynamic review of the SOD rule sets. So SOD rule sets, as all of us would know, that this is like a document which is ideally should be a dynamic document which we should keep on updating as in when the businesses evolve or the new functions get embedded into the systems. So once you design any SOD rule set, you need to ensure that we are dynamically updating it. There might be few functions which are getting added, few functions getting obsolete or getting removed from the system. So in order to ensure that all the SODs which are marked in the rule sets are completely presently available in the system, and there is no overlook again of the new SODs coming in with the new functions or the new businesses getting acquired by the client. So the first is the utmost important, that we need to ensure that there is a dynamic review of the rule sets which we have designed. So second comes is the empowerment of the business ownership and accountability. So again, I mean, as we see that once we are the security consultants or we have taken the ownership of maintaining the security posture of the client, we need to ensure that we take the complete ownership from a business standpoint, and then we ask the right questions to the client in terms of any security concerns which we see, and then we need to ensure that we try to embed it in the SOD document or the rule set document which we are creating, and then accordingly we need to ensure that it is in place and then it is easily accessible for us whenever we need it. And then it needs to have a accountability, as in we need to ensure that there's at least 2 or 3 level checks whenever we are updating anything. So any person having access to update the rule sets should not be able to update it on its own, and then there should be regular checks, or at least 2 level checks is the minimum, that if one is updating it, the other person reviews it so that it is aligned with the business objectives as well. Third is the agile remediation for SOD violation. So I think all of us would know that there are 2 kinds of project implementations. One is the agile and the other is the waterfall method. So agile remediation basically refers to ensuring that again you are timely reviewing it based on 2-week sprints, 3-week sprints, whatever is decided by the client and by the organization who is supporting the client in ensuring the security objectives, is that you are doing it in an agile way, and then you are ensuring that it is not overlooked and then it is not updated after a long time gap. So that's about the agile remediation. And the fourth one comes is the integration of identity risk analytics into workflows. So risk analytics is something which we get once we install the GRC access control tool. So GRC access control will help us in identifying the risk analytics directly into the workflows of our system. So this will look at when we go into GRC as access control risk analysis in detail. So the next few things are based on the education. So we need to ensure that we are giving the proper education and training to the end users so that they are educated about what is an SOD, how will it affect their systems, how will it affect their businesses. So, I mean, we need not spend more time in it, but yeah, I think there should be regular sessions, maybe with the concerned stakeholders, so that we can try to educate them and then try to make them understand in the layman language that what is it, and then why are we doing this much research, and then why are we spending time in order to build a strong SOD platform and an access control mechanism for the client. Yeah. So the first tool which we have for the strategies for SOD is the GRC risk terminator. So GRC risk terminator basically acts as a safeguard to automatically analyzing any changes in roles or user assignment against any predefined SOD rules within the SAP GRC system. So this risk terminator was present in your ECC system, and the same is applicable for the SAP S/4HANA system as well. So this is like a very efficient tool which is available in the market right now, which is, I mean, like our as SAP proprietary tool as well from almost a decade now. Initially, it used to be a separate tool called Versa, which SAP acquired, and then now it's a SAP proprietary tool called as GRC Access Control. So it is a very smooth tool basically, which is used by multiple clients in order to ensure that their risk terminator or the risk engine is dynamically updated, and then it works by automatically analyzing any changes made to your roles and user assignments as well. So it will help you in making sure that your system is risk free, or at least even if there are risks, so if there are any mitigation controls available, what is there so that you can apply it, and if it's not there, then what kind of risk it is. So all of that, it basically is a platform where you can define your risks, and then you can try to prevent any new risks which are coming in with the existing roles, with the creation of new roles. So you can basically try to leverage it for all the things. So there might be cases where there is a requirement for creating a new role. So even there is a feature for simu which you can leverage before creating that role in the actual system. So when it comes to simulation, I mean that you can basically create that role, get it simulated in the real-time condition that if that role exists in the particular system, what all things will affect the existing roles, and then how will it affect your entire rule set as well. So these are the things which the GRC risk terminator basically assists us in. So it basically helps us in detecting any potential SOD conflicts when roles are assigned or changed. So even if roles are assigned to any user, the risk terminator engine runs. And if the roles are changed as well, I mean the existing roles are also changed, then also the risk engine will flag us that these are the risks which may come in if the risks are there. If we take an example of a retail company which is using the risk terminator, it might use it, or the person responsible for setting up of new suppliers is not the same person as who approves payments. So setting up of new suppliers and the approval of payments is something which is again an SOD, and the risk terminator engine will definitely flag it for us, so that whenever a same person is there, you should not have both the roles. So in that way, we can prevent the potential fraud which may happen due to the same role being assigned to both the persons. So if you look at the use case for risk terminator, it can be applied to various scenarios as we can see in the slide. So it can be it can get started from the PFCG, the T code which we use for creating roles itself. So as in when we start creating the roles or modifying the existing roles, the risk terminator engine can start flagging us the risks right from there itself. And we can even try to troubleshoot it in the GRC access control front-end environment as well. SU01 mask changes, I mean, yeah, all of it, I mean, in turn are directed to either the user assignments or the role creation or role changes, which the GRC risk terminator engine would flag it for us once we have it implemented in the SAP systems which we have. So initially it used to work very efficiently in ECC, and as per my experience by working with clients, it is working more efficiently now with S/4HANA systems as well. So it is something definitely which we can carry from our ECC environment to our S/4HANA environment without any doubt, because it is an efficient tool which is frequently updated by SAP themselves as well. So we can definitely carry on to the our new as S/4HANA systems as well. Coming to the access control mechanisms. So what all are the access control mechanisms? So first is the role-based access control, which we all know. So role-based access control is nothing but how can you prevent the access control with the help of roles. So this is something which we need to ensure that we are doing it on an efficient basis. So whenever there is a request for creation of new role, whenever there is a request of creation of the new role in the system, we need to ensure that we first look at the existing role, what is present, and then what is the need for creating anything new. We need to have a proper business justification, and then only we should proceed with it. So that's the first thing, and then definitely it is something which is very crucial. So at any time we receive a request, we need to ensure that we have the right amount of data to support that anything related to role changes is properly supported by the business justification as well, so that we don't end up creating redundant roles or duplicate roles or multiple roles available for the same task which is available already in the system, because this will end up creating a lot of redundant roles, which again will need to clean up as in when we move to S4 HANA system, or even in S4 HANA system if we are there. So if we move to the new version, so it again, I mean, we are getting all the delta to the new system, which is again, I mean, not providing any value to the client. The next is the authorization object and field level security. So this is something which we do day in and day out with our security in ECC. We used to do, and the same thing we are repeating in the S4 HANA as well. It's just that in S4 HANA, the authorization object level security is limited, because here we need to deal with the services, and then we need to ensure that we are working on the service part here. But again, services again get embedded into the auth objects. So yeah, this is something which we need to ensure that we are doing it on a regular basis, and then we get to know that how that business demand is getting converted to technical demand, and then what all field level securities are changing due to that. So we need to ensure that we have the right amount of control over the field level security, authorization object, or in terms of Fiori, the service level security as well. So next is the access request and approval workflow. So if you have a proper GRC tool implemented in your landscape, you need to ensure that your access request, right from the creation of requests to approval of requests. So approval again can be two-way approval, three-way approval, four-way approval, or just one-way approval, depending on the type of request or depending on how the client wants it. So you need to ensure that the proper access request approval workflow is in place, and then you have the right amount of approvers present in your system, and maybe if possible different approvers as well, so that the access request is properly reviewed, approved, the risk analysis is done in a proper way, so that at the end of the day, any request getting created and then provision, the roles getting provisioned or the users getting provisioned to any new roles getting created is properly justified. This is something which we can't overlook, because this comes entirely into the security area, and then we need to ensure we have it implemented in an efficient way. Even for cloud these days, I mean, I'm working actively on identity access governance, IAG in short, which SAP has released for cloud. So there, like in GRC, we used to have a lot of customizations which are available. So I think you would have heard about MSMP workflows, BRF workflows. So these things were available, which provided us customization to the maximum. So depending from client to client, we could redesign the entire MSMP workflows, the BRF workflows with the help of it. The entire workflow was something which we could customize it for the client. But again, I mean, it was something which was complex. It was not as easy as anybody coming in and then just learning it and doing it. It used to come in with a lot of practice. So when it comes to cloud, so SAP has limited the customizations. Although, I mean, customizations are limited, but in a standard way itself, SAP has provided almost like 10 to 11 different workflows, which the users can use as a standard now. So depending, I mean, SAP worked with a lot of clients from different industries, different requirements. It analyzed a lot of GRC customizations which were done in their workflows. So based on that, SAP came up with, 10 workflows which I remember available till last month in the Identity Access Governance, which is a tool for governing the cloud applications. So even for the cloud area, it is definitely an efficient mechanism to ensure that your entire workflow is a standard and then very efficiently controlled. So SAP is investing a lot in ensuring that your access request approval workflow is strong enough and then it is intact for your clients, in order to ensure that the approvals are happening in a secure way, in a secure environment, and with multiple approvers being present, be it the manager, be it the role owner, be it the risk owner. So all of it needs to be there. If possible, different only. But yeah, depending from client to client, it may happen that they have limited people who can review the request. So yeah, we can have the same people also approve it. But again, I mean, we need to define it in such a way that it doesn't cause any conflict. So that's something we need to look into. Now, coming to emergency access management, yeah, I think this we talked about in our previous classes as well. So this is nothing but your firefighter access management. So this is also something which we need to make sure that we have efficient access control mechanism in order to control that. So this also becomes very critical when it comes to auditing purpose, because FFIDs are the most vulnerable when it comes to audit, and then we tend to give more access to it, and then people tend to leverage it for more than the actual usage for which the firefighter ID was intended to do. So this is something which we need to make sure that we are having a control over it. We are reviewing the FFIDs and everything present with the EAM IDs. We need to ensure that we have the complete mechanism in an efficient way. So next is this access review or the recertification, as it's called these days in the cloud. So this is nothing but your user access reviews, which we should ideally run it based on a frequency decided with the client. But yeah, it's either on a quarterly basis or a biannual basis or annual basis. But we need to ensure that this is in place. This basically ensures that whatever access is present with the users at that particular moment of running the review is regularly reviewed. So when we run it, the access requests, depending on how do we want it, whether we want it to target it to their managers or the role owners, accordingly we can run the user access reviews, and the requests basically are sent out then to the respective people. It can be their manager, it can be their role owner, in order to review that if the roles which are currently assigned to the users, are they in line with the duties of that person, or is it something which is not required by that person? So once the respective lead approves it or rejects it, that particular role is either removed from the user or it's basically retained back with the user. So this is something which we need to decide the frequency upon. And then whenever we are running it, we need to ensure that all the users are covered in this, because I think this is something which I have seen. I think I would like to know from you as well, that whenever we try to run any user access reviews, so all the users are not covered in one go. Some users tend to get missed, and then we need to ensure that we are checking that what all users are missing, and then we need to run the reviews again. We need to ensure that you have the proper approvers marked to each of the UARs we are sending. So this is something which we need to be very cautious about, and then that's why the deciding the frequency, preparing for it at least a month before we start running it, is something which becomes very crucial in maintaining a good access control mechanism for the client. So any questions till now based on the techniques we discussed, the access control mechanisms we discussed, any challenges which you faced in your client related to this?
Yeah. So I have one question regarding the SODs. Okay. For CC, we have SODs based on actions and permissions, right? So how is it different from HANA? Right? So HANA, it is on Fiori based, right? So we have apps in it. So how do you check the SODs like for HANA?
Yeah. So for S4 HANA, when it comes to SODs, it is again, the permissions what the apps are providing is something which we need to see whenever we are tracing it with the help of ST or trace or any other thing. So it will basically check that what all permissions are being checked. So again, the SODs here also are related to permission levels also. So this is not like, if services are there are no permissions which are being checked. So depending on whether it's a read permission, write permission, and when it comes to write permission, what exactly is the right permission checking in. So all of it will need to trace it out in order to embed it into the rule set which we design for SODs.
So do we have a separate rule set for S4HANA, or do we use the same rule set what we are using for ECC?
So the same rule set can be carry forwarded to S4HANA also. But the thing here is, I mean, there would be a lot of T codes which are not present in the S4HANA. There are a lot of T codes which will not be used as T codes. They'll be used as Fiori apps. So we'll need to look into that, and then we'll need to accordingly replace it. But yeah, I think the ideal condition would be to develop a fresh rule set based on the S4HANA landscape, because I think a lot of things would change. But yeah, you can carry forward your old rule set as well. But then you need to make sure that the changes which are present in the S4HANA version in which the client is moving into is taken care of. But yeah, ideally, you should try to build it from scratch if it's feasible. But again, it's not feasible for all the clients. So what I have seen is people taking their old rule set, doing the customizations as per the S4HANA changes which are available, and then again we need to test it out based on good use cases or good test examples, so that the new rule set which or the customized rule set which we have built is working efficiently. It is detecting the SODs, it is not overlooking any SODs. So we need to test it out that way.
Yeah, but my question is like, see, like, if we don't have any permission levels and action levels when we go for files, right? So, I mean, like, we are going for Fiori apps. So, for apps, we have services, right? So, how do we relate those services? This is what my question is like in this rule set.
Yes, yeah. So the permissions, I mean, this you can see in the Fiori apps library. So whenever we go to Fiori apps library, there's something called as catalogs, groups. So we need to see that what exactly are the catalogs containing. So the catalogs will contain apps, and the apps will contain the relevant services. And those services in turn are hitting some permissions in the backend system. So that permissions which they are hitting, that we need to trace it out. And based on that, we can do the further changes into the rule set. So the services which are there in the system, they are indirectly hitting the permissions only. So that's why when I say, so the permissions which are available in the ECC, which T codes were hitting previously, so the same thing is happening with the Fiori apps as well. So it's not like that Fiori apps are not hitting your permissions and then they are only focusing on services. Services are just a measure for Fiori apps to, like, because they are like web-based apps, and then they need to talk to the GUI-based SAP, which is there. So they are just a conveying mechanism. But then in turn, when it comes to creation of SODs and rule sets, they are hitting the permissions in the background. So we need to.
So you mean to say, like, even though we have services here, still it will check for the permissions you're saying. So we don't have to add these services in the rule set then?
No, the services need not be present in the rule set. We can still work with the permission and the action level rule set which we had in ECC.
Okay. So
yeah, I can come up with a sample rule set as well during a session, how we have it designed for Fiori. So I can try to walk you through. Yes. So the rule set is not entirely different, which is good for us, because I think building a rule set takes a lot of time and effort. So yeah, so I can definitely come up with a Fiori rule set for a client which we have designed for one of it. I'll just again anonymize some data, so it will be good for you. You can try to take that. You can take that as a sample file, and then you can definitely try to build upon that. So we can have that. Will definitely help you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yep, no problem. Yeah, anybody else? Any challenges you faced in terms of these access control mechanisms which we talked about?
So I just wanted to check, like, adding to Arjun's question, can we check SOD for Fiori apps?
Yes, Apuja, we can. So it's not like for.
Can you, I mean, while doing the sessions, can you show us that as well?
I can try to show you, because I think the demo systems which you have are not connected to GRC. So I'll need to check that if we can have GRC connected, because I think for showing SODs, we'll need to have GRC connected to the S4HANA system which you have. Or I can try to show you in maybe the screenshot way if possible. I can try to get some screenshots and then try to show you that how are we doing the trace for any Fiori app to Fiori app. If there are two Fiori apps getting conflicted, how are we checking the permissions? How are we doing it in the rule set? Yeah, I'll try to make sure I include that. But I think in the demo systems, what this training mostly focuses on is related to Fiori security. Like how do we create a role, how do we create a catalog app, and then how do we deal with all of this. I think GRC getting embedded is not something which I know if it's possible, but if possible, then definitely I can try to guide you on how do we do with the SOD part for Fiori as well.
Sure. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I'll move on to the next topic then. Introducing the security to the digital core of ERP. So again, this is something which is related to the previous topic which we talked about. So we need to ensure that whenever we are doing security implementations for any ERP, I mean, we are dedicatedly talking about S/4HANA now. So we need to ensure that the business data and processes within the central system are protected, and then they are not getting affected because of the multiple changes which are coming in. So we need to stick to the digital core of ERP, which is SAP as S/4HANA for us. And for that, again, I mean, these are the key components which we need to focus on. First is the access control and identity management, which is nothing but how do you control your roles, how do you control your users, how do you control their authentication and authorization. All of it will fall into that. Then data encryption and protection. Yeah, this is again, I mean, not dedicatedly for security, but yeah, for developers in order to test it out with an anonymization of the financial data in the development. And in order to protect any information which is critical, we need to do that. Again, audit logging and monitoring. This is something which is crucial. We need to make sure that it is enabled in the production system so that we can try to audit anything if available in that audit log without running around when there is a question from auditors. Then repeating the same thing of compliance and governance. So we need to ensure that these key components are taken care of whenever we try to move to SAP S/4HANA, because I think as in when the businesses come in with their demands, we tend to fulfill their demands, and then these things sometimes get overlooked. So we need to ensure that we stick to these things, and then we try to make sure that all of these key components are taken care of. So yeah, I mean, with the advent of SAP S/4HANA, the complexity of ERP systems, as we are seeing here, was drastically reduced. So initially, when S/4HANA was not there, when we used to have ECC systems, there used to be a separate BW system, there used to be a separate EWM system, like a lot of different ECC boxes were available. So it was becoming quite complex, which led to, again, the S/4HANA being an integrated system. So now you can have your just one system and your multiple ECC systems can be embedded right into that. So you don't need to, again, think about maintaining multiple ECC systems. So the maintenance part is strictly reduced now. And then instead of maintaining multiple ECC boxes, you can just cater to one SAP S/4HANA box. And then if it's again an embedded Fiori for us, which is mostly it would be, because I think the hub model is getting deprecated and then SAP is not promoting it, but it's still there. But yeah, even the embedded Fiori means that your Fiori system is also embedded into your S/4HANA system itself. So now the complexity of maintaining multiple ERP systems is drastically reduced now. And then we can just focus on one SAP S/4HANA system, and all your data, your master data, your tables, everything basically lies in your one S/4HANA system itself. Sophistication of cyber threats, yeah, it still continues to be there. I mean, whether it's ECC or S/4HANA, your cyber threats is something which tend to be more and more innovative, and then you need to ensure that your system is protected with the help of that. So for cyber threats, there can be multiple measures which we can take, which we'll look at it in the coming slides. But yeah, this is more relevant to the network security, which we can deal later as well, not required for this session now. So regulatory compliance requirements. So this is something which may differ from client to client, and then it may differ from geography to geography. So as we discussed about a use case for the United States with HIPAA law. So similarly, we have multiple laws for different geographies. So we need to ensure that those requirements are also taken care of. And then whenever we are working on any client environment and any new requirement coming in, which requires a change of entire landscape, or particularly the ERP to S/4HANA transformation. So these things are also not overlooked, and then we try to ensure that regulatory compliance is in sync with the S/4HANA compliance, and then it will definitely help us in the long run, so that whatever we designed, we are intact with what is mentioned in the regulatory compliance as well. So third is the integration with cloud and mobile technologies. So again, this was something which was missing in the ECC system when we used to have it. So if you used to have cloud, then that cloud used to be a separate, and your mobile getting embedded to mobile was something which was very difficult and it was not possible itself for ECC. So with the advent of S4HANA, both of these things were taken care of. Now you can fluently integrate with any of the cloud apps which are available. And then with the Fiori, you can have it installed in your mobile applications as well. I mean, not all apps are again compatible for mobile. So when I'll go through the Fiori apps library, I can show you that where you can check that whether this app is a mobile compatible app, whether it is your tablet compatible app, or it is only a desktop app. So that difference is there, but then still there are majority of apps which are being developed and then which are still in development, which are mobile based as well. So you can just have your apps opened in your mobile, and then and it will have the same functionality as it has in desktop. So all of this was taken care of when SAP S4HANA was being designed, and it is getting more and more improved. So this is something which we can look forward to in the coming years. It's the most innovative area, and then a lot of innovation is possible in this cloud and the mobile technology arena with SAP S4HANA. Protection of sensitive data. So even though, I mean, we are moving from ECC to S4HANA, so the sensitive data, as we talked about, we need to ensure that that is properly controlled, and then there is no breach of any sensitive data which is happening. So even with SAP S4HANA, this is something which we need to take care of. And then as we talked about the GRC, access control mechanisms, or the strategy mechanisms, I think those things, if taken care, it will definitely help us in the protection of sensitive data to the utmost importance. So these are some of the regulatory compliance which are available for different regions. So GDPR for UK, HIPAA for US, SOX for US. And SOX for UK is also there these days. Now it's also, initially it used to be called something different. Now it's again called SOX for UK. So, I mean, these are all the things which will come in, and then we need to ensure that we are adhering to this, so that again we do not end up in designing anything which is not compliant with these norms, which are the geographical norms available. So the clients sometimes may not be sure on this, but then again, you need to be sure that you are compliant with this. And then, yeah, we need to ensure that we are protecting the identities of people and identities of any concerned person available, so that is something which is not easily prone to failure, I can say. Business continuity and availability. So, I mean, ERP systems, when we talk about them, I mean, though they are smoothly functioning, sometimes they get disruption, they get downtimes. So we need to be prepared for that as well. So we need to ensure that we have the right amount of backup data centers available. So, I mean, when we'll discuss about the greenfield, brownfield implementation, there we'll talk about the data center levels as well. That initially in ECC, how the data centers were. When now we have moved to S4HANA, so how does the data center work? I mean, how does our data center in ECC different from S4HANA? What all things we have available now? So all of it we need to think about, because this indirectly affects the disruption of the system, and any downtime with any data center can affect your entire system. And then again, this is something which can be escalated, and then it comes down to security level as well. So we need to ensure that we have the right amount of preparation for the downtimes or the disruption in the system which can happen. So the cyber attacks, ransomware, I mean, these are some of the things which keep on happening in the SAP systems. So we need to make sure that we are prepared for this, and then we are implementing good security measures so that we are already prepared for these attacks, which may happen potentially to our systems. And I think this slide is stressing on the importance of it, which we have talked about. So I think it should be good. So we'll just move to the next slide, which will basically talk about the key differences between ECC and S4HANA. So we'll just move there. Maybe we can start with it. And
hey there, want to master SAP S for HANA security? Our course is designed just for you. Learn at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S/4HANA security. It's all about keeping your SAP system safe and sound, from managing user access to protecting data. We cover everything you need, from the basics to advanced security measures. Created by experts with tons of experience, our instructors are top-notch pros, ready to guide you and answer all your questions. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful the course is. People like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's budget-friendly. You get top-quality learning without breaking the bank. Ready to secure your SAP S/4HANA skills? Sign up now on our page. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
This is the agenda for this slide. We'll talk about the enhancement in S4HANA. We'll do a quick comparison between S4HANA and ECC. We'll talk about the differences between them and then key differences. When we come to that, I'll tell you that why we have kept few things at key differences and why these things are there. I mean, it's not a repeat topic, but this is something which is really a key thing for us when we move to S4HANA. So we need to make sure that we are adhering to this. So the enhancements in SAP S4HANA. So as we talked about, I mean, in ECC, we used to have multiple boxes for EWM, for BW, and for multiple different things. But in SAP S4HANA, this was all embedded into one system. So now you will just have one SAP S4HANA system. And then, yeah, from an enhancement standpoint, this was something which was very milestone event for SAP, as they were able to combine it, because I think there were a lot of issues which were raised that in order to maintain multiple systems, a lot of investments were being put in and a lot of multiple investments were required in order to ensure that the systems are running in. But then if we have one system now, all of that investments can be brought down, and then that time and investment can be put for maintaining just one SAP S4HANA system. So the most upgrades for SAP S4HANA were in 2018, which were like based on majorly it was finance related. So it basically brought a lot of enhancement into the finance arena, and then also the AI, blockchain, and IoT. I mean, these were something which started booming during that time. So that was also something which was started getting embedded into the SAP S4HANA. And then again, I mean, the enhancements are still continuing. They keep on getting increasing, and the pace of it is getting higher and higher only because a lot of new technologies are getting introduced, and then SAP is trying to embed it as much as it can into its SAP systems. So if we talk about 2021, so again, SAP delved into more new industries like energy and natural resources, public services, discrete industries. So some of these industries initially SAP wasn't present in, and then it basically dived into these industries as well. I mean, it is not full-fledged available here, but yeah, I think SAP is trying its best to be there. So, I mean, wanted to talk about similarities as well, because I think there's a hype that SAP S4HANA has come in, it will replace ECC, and then there would be something very drastic change. You'll need to learn SAP S4HANA. So that's true. I mean, you'll need to learn SAP S4HANA, but from a security standpoint, there are similarities as well, which we need to think about. And it's not something which is entirely different, and then you need to study an entire module of SAP. So it's nothing like that. There are few similarities as well, which we need to be aware about before we go to the differences, because I think this is something which tend to be overlooked as we were having the discussion around the rule set part or the risk analysis part. So, I mean, all of it are not entirely different. There may be few tweaks which are different for S4HANA, but then definitely there are similarities as well, which we need to be aware about. So SAP S4HANA and ECC have several features in common. So basically, if we start with, so they are performing the same business activities. So coming to business, the activities such as manufacturing, sales, procurement, all of it still remains the same. Initially, it was like happening in different system. Now all of it is being controlled by a single system. I mean, if possible, even we can have different S4HANA systems for different industries or different functions of the client as well. But if there is a need, we can embed it into one S4HANA system as well. So that's the similarity, the first similarity which is present in the sheet as well. So additionally, coming to both these solutions, they centralize the enterprise data in one database. So initially, as we talked about, so when SAP ECC was there used to be multiple databases which SAP allowed the end users to go for. There used to be Oracle, DB2. So for different functions, there could be possibility that different databases were being used, which used to slow down a lot of things. But then again, now with the advent of the SAP S/4HANA, the SAP in-memory database management system, which is SAP HANA, which is present. So this basically would add more benefit. So, I mean, if we talk about the similarity in this space, so if earlier only one database was being used, say Oracle was present. So, I mean, now only again one database will be used, which would be SAP HANA. But from a database standpoint, it is like a one database being used earlier in SAP ECC, and now again one database would be used in SAP S/4HANA as well. So that way we can think about it as a similarity, that you can still continue to transfer all your database from your Oracle or DB2 directly to SAP HANA. And then this is something which, again, I mean, a lot of things would need to be thought about, that what all things are possible in SAP HANA or not. But then again, you don't need to think it as something different from a security standpoint. Yeah, it's only a database change for us. So the way we used to operate will not get affected majorly in terms of the day-to-day operations which we are doing. Now coming to the next similarity. So, I mean, both the systems are modular systems. You can basically add the components you need. You can propose the components which are maybe not present right now in the system. You can propose it to SAP. I mean, it was again present earlier as well. There are few features which are missing. So SAP used to release it with the frequent upgrades, SP upgrades, which it used to release. I mean, the same things are happening now as well. So you can still continue to do that and then add the components as well if it's available. So this similarity is something which is still getting continued. So when it comes to performance, so performance-wise, I mean, again, ECC was behaving well. And even the S/4HANA is something which behaves subsequently well when it comes as compared to ECC. But again, performance-wise also, I mean, this is not something which is drastically different in terms of security standpoint. It's just that the way we used to operate, the way we used to track the security changes, it is different. But yeah, I mean, from a performance standpoint also, this is something which is a similar attribute which we can say for both SAP S/4HANA and SAP ECC. So now focusing dedicatedly on security, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. This was again intact for ECC, and now it is available. The same thing continues for SAP S/4HANA also. So the core principles of security remain unchanged if compared to SAP S/4HANA and SAP ECC. So the need to protect the data, the need to make sure that the data is available at the right time and the identity is secured. So these things are something which still remain at the core of security for both SAP HANA as well as SAP ECC. Now coming to the specifics of user and role management, as we know that the role design has changed, because now we have Fiori apps, now we have catalogs, groups, spaces, pages getting embedded into our role. But then the concept of managing the users and roles to control the access still remains, again, a critical activity for both. Even if it was in ECC, it was critical. Even in S/4HANA, it is critical. So it's just the way the roles are designed, they may be different. The way you used to troubleshoot, they may be different. But entirely the core focus during that time was also to focus on the, like, how do we manage the users and roles? It still remains the same here. We need to ensure that we are managing the roles and users in an efficient way for SAP S/4HANA as well. So that's a big similarity which we need to think about. So whenever you go on, start working for any S/4HANA system, the core principles of security, CIA triad, the user and role management, this is something which will again continue to do. So this is not very different when it comes to doing that in our day-to-day activities. So coming to the auditing and compliance, this is again, it used to happen in ECC and the same has been continued to S/4HANA as well. So the audit logging was present in ECC and the same is continued to S/4HANA. And coming to the compliance standards, your GRC access control getting integrated with ECC and now getting integrated with SAP S/4HANA ensures your compliance part is also taken care of. Even if you have any third-party tools available, that also ensures your compliance with the SAP S/4HANA system. And the same used to be for SAP ECC system as well. So again, here there is not any drastic difference which you can see. So this is also something which is getting continued from the SAP ECC and then still present in the SAP S/4HANA as well. So again, the monitoring and incident response. So this is something for which we used to do the same with any third-party ticketing tools such as ServiceNow or Calm or maybe other ticketing tools like Jira, which we used to use for SAP ECC. Those same has been continued for SAP S/4HANA as well. So again, the need for continuous monitoring was present during ECC. The same has been continued for SAP S/4HANA as well. So in terms of how we used to operate, then whenever a ticket used to come, how it used to translate to SAP, how do we used to deal with it, how do we used to close it. So the day-to-day operations in terms of the monitoring and incident response still remains as important as it was present in ECC. And then the same has been continued to SAP as S/4HANA as well. So this is something which we need to think about, and then we need to keep in mind that the regular practices will not change drastically unless there is a entire shift in the ticketing mechanism altogether. So let's start with the comparison between the SAP S/4HANA and SAP ECC. So the first and foremost is the UI, the user interface or the access management of the systems which we need to compare upon. So if we talk about the transition from SAP ECC to S/4HANA, one of the most noticeable changes is the shift from a transaction code-based navigation to a user-centric or a role-based approach with SAP Fiori. So this was an entire lift and shift in how the SAP S/4HANA is perceived, because I think the entire shift in the UI, how it used to feel in the SAP ECC with the GUI-based navigation, the transaction code-based navigation, usage of multiple transaction codes for performing any business activity. And now all of it just getting shifted to a more dynamic approach with SAP Fiori. So when we had SAP ECC, so we had SAP GUI, which was, it was functional, but required users to memorize or note down the transaction codes for their daily tasks. So the entire concept of memorizing or noting down the transaction codes, even though the user being a technical user, the user being a business user, that was something which was required by them. And then SAP was something which was perceived as something complex, which required good amount of training for anybody trying to use it. And then this was something which was, again, a quite daunting task for the new users. And with the advent of SAP S/4HANA, by leveraging SAP Fiori, this transformed the entire experience by offering a tile-based dashboards. We can think about Fiori apps as something tiles which are available for the end users to just go and click on. So it's kind of a tile-based dashboard, we can say, where the tasks which the users used to do with the help of T codes are now visually represented. So they can visually see the tasks which are happening. So it may not be entirely for all the Fiori apps which are present, because not all the Fiori apps are containing the graphs or the analytics which you can see in the real time. But then there are applications like fact sheets, there are applications like analytical apps, which we will further see in our Fiori sessions as well, that whenever a user tries to use any analytical app or any fact sheet app, so it basically changes the entire experience of that same task which the users used to do in the ECC environment with the help of SAP GUI. So it entirely transformed the ERP system to be more accessible to the users, and in turn it enhanced the productivity as well. So that is the first thing. Now second, coming to the data model. So the simplification in the data model in SAP S/4HANA, if we compare it to SAP ECC, it also marked a significant step towards efficiency and performance. So in ECC, there used to be multiple tables, or if we talk about like a separation of tables for customer and vendor data, it often led to a lot of data redundancy and complex reconciliation processes. So whereas with SAP S/4HANA, this addressed this concern, which was raised by the clients multiple times, with the concept of business partner. So with this business partner concept, the unifying customer and vendor data, it is integrated into one, and it entirely streamlines in how the data management is done now, and it enhances the overall data integrity of the system. So when we used to have ECC, we used to have separate tables for customer and vendor data. And then now with the advent of business partner, it's just embedded into one. So this entire fundamental change in the concept, it not only simplifies your database structure, but also supports a more holistic view in terms of business relationships. So this brings together an integrated way of approaching it, the business relationships, and it is something which is definitely a boom. And if we compare it to SAP ECC, we can get more access control strategies as well. Coming to security features which are available. So again, security is the paramount for us. So SAP ECC also provided a very strong foundation when it comes to security with the basic security features that were often needed with the third-party tools for advanced needs. But coming to the SAP S/4HANA, it elevates this by integrating enhanced security features directly into the platform. As we talked about the things such as encryption, improved compliance support, the anonymization, these things are definitely improved, and then we can also integrate SAP S/4HANA with a lot of cloud applications, SAP proprietary cloud applications, even the non-SAP applications. So these were something which are introduced newly into the SAP S/4HANA. So in terms of security features, we are getting more advanced capabilities which we can directly embed. Coming to the next, deployment model. So the flexibility in deployment model offered in SAP S/4HANA is entirely a game changer, which I can say. So when we had SAP ECC, it primarily focused on only on-premise environment. Even SAP S/4HANA is available in two forms, which we'll talk about in the greenfield, brownfield discussion in detail. So it is also available on-premise as well as on cloud. But again, on-premise is something which SAP is trying to get away with, because I think the more and more SAP tries to delve into cloud, it is being offered at a much broader way and in a much flexible way. So yeah, with the advent of SAP S/4HANA, the deployment models are offered were definitely something which was a game changer in the industry. So ECC focused predominantly on the on-premise environment, whereas in SAP S/4HANA, we have on-premise, cloud, and hybrid. So hybrid models is also something which is there for majority of the clients. So that also was something which was offered with SAP S/4HANA itself. So this flexibility basically allows a business to choose any model that will fit their strategy. So it's not like a one fit for all. When we had SAP ECC, businesses had to fit their needs as per what ECC offered them. But when it comes to SAP S/4HANA, businesses themselves are having multiple options, whether they want to go for on-premise, whether they want to go for complete cloud. In cloud also, they have private cloud, public cloud, two options are available. Whether they want to keep few things in the on-premise, want to move few things to the cloud, or want to get new things from the cloud. So all of it can be customized, and then it is entirely flexible. All of it is being supported by SAP S/4HANA. So it basically ensures that your entire security model is robust, and it is also protected against any cyber threats which are coming in. Coming to next, it's about the authentication mechanisms and SSO. So if we talk about authentication mechanisms, they are definitely critical for ensuring the secure access to our ERP systems. So SAP ECC basically relied heavily on traditional authentication mechanisms and SSO methods, which met the basic requirements, but it lacked any advanced options provided by SAP S/4HANA. So with the enhanced encryption supported by SAP S/4HANA and protocols such as SAML, OAuth, these are some things which are directly offered by cloud identity services, which is nothing but authentication tool by SAP. So these are some of the protocols which are directly available for you to leverage, and you can leverage it for your SAP S/4HANA system by just integrating SAP S/4HANA with cloud identity services. And then you will basically get to use the complex protocols, for which we used to have a separate team working on it. There was, in terms of ECC, if we talk about how it used to be, so if there was a need, then there used to be a separate team for SAML, OAuth. But in SAP S/4HANA, this is something which is embedded, and then we can just leverage it by just integrating it. So this is something which again is a feature which is supported by SAP S/4HANA, and it basically provides a seamless user experience, minimizes the overall risks, and then any unauthorized access is also prevented by it. We'll move forward. So the next comes is the authorization management. So basically here, SAP S/4HANA's approach to overall authorization management focuses more on the role-based access, and which again emphasizes on the roles containing Fiori, which allows for a more effective control on who can do what within the system. And with the advent of Fiori, it provides again a very good user interface for users to work on. So this not only enhances the security, but it also aligns with the principle of least privilege, reducing any unnecessary access that could lead to data breaches. So when we had SAP ECC, we had this transaction and object-based authorizations, whereas coming to Fiori, it definitely requires a new approach in defining authorizations. Now we need to think about how a OData service are present in any catalog, how that OData service, if present in the system, are they activated or not? If not activated, how can we activate them? So all of it is something which is definitely different, what we didn't had in SAP ECC. And then now it's something which is present in SAP S/4HANA. So this entire shift is something which is quite notable, which we need to think about. So next comes is the compliance and auditing. So with SAP S/4HANA, like with the strict regulations and compliance standards, because I think as in when SAP is upgrading to ECC to S/4HANA, even the regulations are updating themselves. They are also getting more and more stricter. They are also getting more and more new norms are getting introduced. So there is a need for definitely integrating tools for managing compliance, which was not that important when we had ECC, because there initially the norms were also not that strict. But as in when this year passes by, the norms also get stricter. So it becomes more and more important for you to have some integration capabilities possible, so that you can try to integrate with more systems in order to ensure that your compliance needs are met. So SAP S/4HANA offers definitely an additional tools for compliance management as well, which makes it easier for businesses to stay compliant with relevant laws and regulations, and definitely in turn prepares you for the audits coming in with less effort, which was not the case for SAP ECC. When we had SAP ECC, there was no integration possible with any of the cloud compliance mechanisms. And then we had to ensure that we are prepared much in advance for any audit happening or any business impact happening, and then we had to troubleshoot it. And depending on that, there was a huge time and investment which was spent. But yeah, I think with the advent of SAP S/4HANA, this is something which is focused with additional tools compatibility, which we can directly plug in, and then it will definitely assist us in preparing for the audits with much less effort. Next is the monitoring and incident response. So the advanced monitoring and incident response tools which are present in SAP S/4HANA, they basically leverage artificial intelligence and machine learning to proactively identify and mitigate any potential security incidents. So even though you need to be proactive from your end as well by ensuring that right amount of recurring activities are planned, right amount of manual checks are also done at frequent intervals. But this is something which is again embedded in SAP S/4HANA also. So this not only helps us in maintaining the business continuity, but also helps us in protecting any sensitive data against any unauthorized access. So this is something which is definitely need to be compared with how it used to be in SAP ECC, where we didn't had any advanced monitoring capabilities, and then it was something which was lagging there, which SAP has improved with SAP S/4HANA. The next comes is the custom code security. So with SAP S/4HANA, there's basically a new emphasis on secure coding practices, because now there's a modern development environment which the developers have got. So this basically requires developers to adopt to any new security practices, which ensures that their custom code is not vulnerable. So initially, we used to have only ABAP as the environment, and then they used to code only on the ABAP level, and then that was the only coding thing available. But yeah, with the advent of SAP S/4HANA, even for Fiori apps, I mean, there's Fiori app based on UI, UI5 technology. So now ABAPers, the developers, now we can say now they are not only ABAPers, they need to ensure that they have adopted to UI5 level coding as well. So they need to prepare themselves for the new coding environment which they have got. And then it definitely is more secure than how ABAP used to be. ABAP is also definitely a much secure coding method. But yeah, UI5 is also something which now developers need to adapt to, because that is something which is required for the new Fiori apps which are coming in. Next is the data protection. So basically, the enhanced data protection capabilities which are present in SAP S/4HANA includes better encryption and better data anonymization features, which we discussed in yesterday's class, and then they are definitely crucial in today's data-driven world. So these days, I mean, there are lots of data which is being sent from one device to another device. There are a lot of cloud applications available. So the total amount of data being exchanged from one server to another server, from one device to another device is getting more and more. So we need to ensure that we are protecting we have the right techniques in order to protect the data. So these features basically, which are coming it with SAP S/4HANA, they help organizations meet any data protection regulations or protecting any safeguard sensitive informations against breaches or against any unauthorized attacks which the system may be vulnerable to. SAP S/4HANA basically offers a very good compliance mechanism when it comes to the data protection. So yeah, these were few of the comparisons which I wanted to highlight before we dive into the differences and the key differences between SAP S/4HANA and ECC. So yeah, if there's anything you can feel free to ask. Okay, I'll take it as no. Let's dive into the differences between SAP S/4HANA and ECC now. So again, I have noted that I'll definitely try to come up with screenshots wherever I can, because I think that will give you more experience in terms of how it used to be in ECC and how it used to be in S/4HANA. But I think, yeah, currently, I think this is something which we can talk about in terms of the areas of difference which is available. So when it comes to data processing, so this is something which, when we come to SAP ECC, it used to be traditional batch processes. You would have heard about batch processing job still going on, batch processing job getting failed. So that was the kind of thing which used to happen when it was ECC environment. But now when it comes to SAP S/4HANA, it is like a real-time analytics which keeps on happening. So the batch processing jobs which used to be there, though some of them are still there, it's not completely stopped. But now you are able to get the real-time data, the real-time and analytics of any information, like the Fiori apps which we were talking about. So the Fiori apps talk to one another, especially this fact sheets and analytical apps. So analytical apps basically are the apps which are only applicable for your system if your SAP is there working on HANA database. So these are like database level apps which we'll talk more about in the Fiori section as well. So they basically interact directly with your HANA database. And that's why this real-time analytic facility is possible now with SAP S/4HANA, because it talks directly to your database, gets the data from there, and then shows it in terms of UI. So it is something which was entirely missing in SAP ECC, the real-time analytics capability, which is definitely a huge improvement when it comes to SAP S/4HANA. Now coming to database, so again in SAP ECC we used to have multiple options such as DB2, Oracle, SQL, MaxDB. But yeah, when you move to SAP S/4HANA, you don't have any option. Like that's the only option you need to go to. So HANA database is the only option which you will need to adopt to. So that's why I think, as we discussed, whenever the transitioning is happening from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA, so yeah, the first thing should be the database transfer, which should happen. And then accordingly, gradually, we should proceed towards the actual transfer of the ECC system to S/4HANA system as well. So from database standpoint, this is the main difference which we had in SAP ECC and SAP S/4HANA. Now coming to deployment, as we talked about in the comparison as well, SAP ECC just had the on-premise feature. It didn't had any cloud or hybrid or any other model available for us to deploy it. But when it comes to SAP S/4HANA, it has got multiple options for you to choose from. And these options, again, are still getting more and more improved. So that's the difference in terms of deployment. Now coming to functionalities. So SAP ECC basically had the embedded with, like it was with SAP GUI itself, and then it came in with whatever and analytics it was embedded in. It was not a real time, it was missing the Fiori part. But when it comes to SAP S/4HANA, so the one thing which we talked about, the vendor master and the customer data, was this business partner approach which came in. And then, yeah, we have this flexible workflows available now, which can be collaborated with the SAP Fiori. I mean, SAP Fiori had a lot of versions, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, but I think now it's only called as SAP Fiori. There is no versions as such for it, because I think they are keeping on updating it on a real-time basis and then quite frequently. So yeah, and then functionality-wise, there are much differences as well, but that delves more into the individual SAP modules like SD, MM, likewise. So I mean, individual SAP people working for their streams would know more about what functionality is different for them in SAP S/4HANA and how it used to be in SAP ECC. So that wise, we can't just limit it to 1 page or 2 page. It's definitely like an entire 1,000-page document for every release which happens with SAP S/4HANA. So what functionalities are different and how those functionalities are changing. So all of that is something which is mentioned in a quite detailed manner, so which we need to read about, and then we just need to make sure that we are focusing on our areas, that what all functionalities are getting changed, what all new functionalities are getting embedded. So when it comes to functionalities, what SAP does is, with every release, SAP releases a document called as SAP simplification list. So that is like at least 1,000-page document, or hundreds of pages are definitely there. So in that, with every release, you get to know that what all things are getting obsolete, what all things are getting changed, and if some of the things are getting like obsolete or they are getting deleted from the previous versions, whether it is SAP ECC, whether it is SAP S/4HANA's previous version, what is the new thing which is coming in. So all of it is mentioned in quite detail in that document, how to read that SAP simplification list document. And then it is something which definitely tells us more on the functionality part, that how is the functionality in the new version of SAP S/4HANA different from the previous version. And specifically ECC, yeah, I mean, there's a huge difference in terms of functionality, but still that simplification list document is something which needs to be there with us whenever we are working with any SAP S/4HANA deployment. Now coming next to the general ledger, this is again more related to the functional area. So in ECC, we used to have either the classic GL or the new GL. So, but whereas when it comes to SAP S/4HANA, so it's the new GL only which is being followed, and it's basically a prerequisite for any asset accounting mechanisms if implemented in the client landscape. Now coming to the architecture of SAP ECC and S/4HANA, like we have a separate dedicated session which talks more on the architecture area, because that is also something which is critical for us to understand, because I think whatever we build, it needs to make sure that it is adhering to the entire architecture present for SAP S/4HANA. So when it comes to ECC, it had like separate customer and vendor files, and then it was a traditional R3 architecture, like a presentation layer, application layer, database layer. But when it comes to SAP S/4HANA, we have now there's an embedded database layer. There is no separate presentation layer, database layer, and then that lag is not there. Now it's entirely combined into an in-memory database, in-memory architecture, what they call. And then, yeah, with the introduction of this business partner, it definitely provided more intuitive architecture and a less complex or a simplified architecture, I can say. So, yeah, I think these were some of the differences, the major differences which we will come across in SAP ECC and SAP S/4HANA. Any queries, any doubts in this till now in terms of differences? Okay, we'll move on to the key differences then. So yeah, so some of these differences are specifically marked as key differences because I think not all of it will be applicable to us when we try to start working on the security aspects, because most of this, because again, SAP deals with multiple teams, multiple areas. So all of it might not be applicable. So that's why we have some of them as key differences, which we need to make sure we have it in mind whenever we are working, so that these in turn will affect our security landscape as well. So the first thing is the database. So when it comes to key differences, the first thing is the database, which we need to think about, which we have talked about in the initial slides as well. So the database for SAP S/4HANA is the in-memory database, and the proprietary database, which is called as SAP HANA database. And this is something which is important for us because of the apps in which we are working upon. The few of the apps directly interact with the SAP HANA database. And then for that, we need to ensure that the HANA database is intact and then it is properly managed by the respective team, whether it is a basis team managing it, whether it is a SAP themselves are managing it for you. You need to make sure that you are in contact with the team, so that if there is any changes, any downtimes happening, or anything getting affecting the database is known to you. And this is not something which is, you are not overlooked whenever that information is being shared, because it will in turn affect your Fiori applications as well, if they are analytical and fact sheets mostly. The transactional apps still don't direct on a regular basis with the database of the system. But yeah, and analytical and fact sheet apps are something which are directly interacting with database on a real-time basis. So we need to ensure that that is intact. And when it comes as compared to ECC, that was not required, because ECC had a lot of other options which it used to go to. So which is not the case for SAP S/4HANA. So the second thing, the major, is the deployment options, which we have read about and we have talked about a lot. So yeah, I think not talk more on this. It's already discussed that what are the options which are available for SAP S/4HANA and what was there for SAP ECC. So this is again critical for us, because this is something which we'll talk more to the clients on when we start the discussion for the deployment. The third is the user experience. So this is again, we have talked enough about it, that here we had Fiori. In ECC, we used to work only with GUI and T codes. So this again remains one of the critical key differences for us. And the last but not the least is the architecture and data processing. Architecture is something which we need to remember, that how is our architecture of SAP S/4HANA structured, because with the incoming of this new Fiori landscape, there are a lot of new things which have embedded into the system. There's something called as web dispatcher. There's something called as network layer security. So we need to be aware of it, that how it is placed in the S/4HANA architecture, and then what all integration possibilities are available for the architecture of SAP S/4HANA. Whereas as compared to ECC, it was basically a traditional approach, and then not much of integration possibilities were there. So yeah, that was one of the major difference. So when it comes to key differences, we just need to be aware about how the architecture is there, the user experience, how it is different, the deployment options, and the database.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of segregation of duties, SOD, in SAP S/4HANA security? Option A, to encrypt data transmissions. Option B, to prevent conflicts of interest and reduce fraud risk. Option C, to manage network bandwidth. Option D, to optimize system performance. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master SAP S/4HANA security? Our course is designed just for you. Learn at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S/4HANA security. It's all about keeping your SAP system safe and sound, from managing user access to protecting data. We cover everything you need, from the basics to advanced security measures. Created by experts with tons of experience, our instructors are top-notch pros, ready to guide you and answer all your questions. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful the course is. People like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's budget-friendly. You get top quality learning without breaking the bank. Ready to secure your SAP S/4HANA skills? Sign up now on our page. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
SAP S/4HANA is an in-house data platform, and it's not just a database. It's basically a comprehensive system. It supports your business intelligence and various other ERP applications. So basically, it's a unique architecture which you would see, which allows for the real-time data processing, and it leverages the in-memory capabilities of SAP HANA database. So as we see in this, that the SAP ERP, initially it had the customer vendor as separate tables were there, separate databases were installed for customer vendor tables, and then when we moved to SAP S/4HANA, it all got converted to one thing which was called as business partner. So this was one of the key components and the key innovation in terms of SAP S/4HANA, where entirely the business partner concept combined like lot of tables which used to be separate, lot of different master data which used to be separate for customers, vendors. All of them was combined into business partner. And then coming to how the batch processing used to work, there used to be a lot of batch processing jobs which used to run, which also further got reduced. And then there was a real-time processing which started with as SAP S/4HANA, and then that also resulted in increasing the efficiency of the system. So that's about the generic SAP S/4HANA, how it moved from ERP, and then further the EWM systems also, all of them were then combined into just one SAP S/4HANA box. So now you don't need to have multiple ECC boxes or multiple different systems for different functions. You can just try to have one SAP S/4HANA system, and then this particular example is for embedded EWM, but you can further have embedded BI, embedded like a lot of other FI application. I mean, SAP S/4HANA can just be used as a one system, which can embed your lot of other ECC systems which used to be separate. Now coming to the next architecture diagram. So here we are seeing that, as we told, that SAP HANA DB, this is the database which is the bottommost layer of SAP HANA S/4HANA when I say. So basically it is again assisting the above layers which we have, like the platform layer, the application layer, the presentation layer. So SAP HANA database is basically embedded inside this, and it's not something separate, which was in the case of, and with the help of this, the entire processing is like works in sync, and it basically assists the above layers in making sure that the time lag which was there due to earlier the database being a separate layer is not there with the coming of SAP HANA database. It is just an in-memory database which was included, and then further it assists the layers above it so that it can process the data quickly and then share the answers in real-time manner. It's basically an in-memory columnar database. So it was designed to accelerate the data processing and support advanced analytics. That was the main feature for it. And then again, it allows for the faster data retrieval and processing so that it enables the real-time analytics and insights. Further, what it provided was a simplified data model. So when I say simplified data model, it means that it reduces the data footprint and the complexity of the database, which used to happen for ECC. And then this reducing data footprint is something which is really important from an environment standpoint as well. These days, you would have heard about terms such as ESG, which is again something which is a separate product of SAP as well, which is they are launching. So it basically focuses on reducing your data footprint, reducing your carbon footprint. So that's something which in turn affects an environment in general, because the more and more data we consume, the more and more carbon footprints are released. So that is something which is impacting the environment as well. So that was something which was taken into consideration when we talk about the simplified data model. So as we say in this, so this is achieved basically by eliminating the aggregate tables and indices which were necessary in the traditional database. I mean, for performance reasons. So in the traditional databases, the tables, indices, those were required, multiple tables when I say. And then here, I mean, it basically aggregates it, it combines them to make sure your performance is increased and the data footprint is reduced. So this simplification leads to faster transaction times, lower storage costs, and simpler data management. which we can see further when we start actually working on the system. And then finally, the major thing which comes in with this is the Fiori user interface. So Fiori user experience, when I say, so it is something which we'll further give a deep dive on. But yeah, it finally makes sure that the experience is user friendly and it streamlines the other offerings also, which are provided by SAP, whether it is a cloud, whether it is SAP BTP. So all of it, make sure that they have Fiori embedded in it so that the entire user experience is very intuitive. Then the other features are like advanced analytics, which it provides. So being the in-memory database, it is capable of integrating with lot of other applications directly. And then this basically includes the support for predictive analytics, text analysis, artificial intelligence. All of them is possible because of this proprietary SAP S HANA database. And yeah, this basically assists us in making sure that whenever we are procuring or the client is procuring any other SAP proprietary product, it is possible to integrate it with it seamlessly. Even for the non-SAP products also, SAP is offering something called as cloud connectors. So we can use the cloud connector in order to connect even the non-SAP applications. But yeah, not all non-SAP applications are supported. We need to check based on the configuration the non-SAP application has, the APIs it offers. So based on that, we need to commit that whether it is able to integrate with SAP S/4HANA or it is not. But then yeah, this was initially not possible, which is made possible with the help of the new architecture. Let's move ahead. Yeah, this was something which we were talking about, the new user experience, simplified data model, and SAP HANA as a database is something which helps us in making sure that all of it is functioning properly and you get the data in the real-time basis. Yeah, when we compare it with the SAP ERP modules, currently the SAP S/4HANA is supporting these areas when it comes to asset management, finance, HR, manufacturing, S&P, R&D. So all of it, you have dedicated features available for these respective areas, and then you can implement the SAP S/4HANA for these functions seamlessly. And then there are multiple clients who SAP has worked with in making sure that the Fiori apps which are available in these areas are, the standard Fiori apps which SAP provides are enough so that they need to go for less customizations. And then, yeah, the total count of Fiori apps is overall getting reduced. The transaction count of T codes is getting reduced now. And then the overall Fiori apps is like more and more SAP is adding it. So yeah, for all of these areas, if your client belongs to finance and then today you have a customized app for delivering certain customization which is not available in standard, yeah, in coming years or coming months, as the speed of SAP is quite fast, they are releasing the updates almost every month now. So you can have it as a standard app. So you need to look for it, and then you need to look for actively for the releases, that what is coming up with each release, so that you are aware of it. And then that is something which you can suggest to the client that this is available as a standard now. So you need to test it out whether it is fitting to your customized needs, and then adopt to that.
So I have a question. So like the SAP S/4HANA areas, human resources is also there. So is this human resources area much used in S/4HANA? Because we see that world is moving fastly towards success factors for the human resources management.
Great question. So yeah, so SuccessFactor is the proprietary HCM application which SAP is promoting. But again, SuccessFactor is completely on cloud. So that is something which is a challenge for multiple clients because they still are scared of moving their data to the cloud. So for them, they are still continuing with the SAP S/4HANA because initially they used to use ECC and then they moved to S/4HANA. So yeah, so for them, the next step is to go to SuccessFactors only because that is again much advanced features are provided there, and it is possible of like once you are in the cloud, it provides you a complete new horizon of connecting to multiple other cloud applications and then using the other cloud features. But then still, SAP is continuing to have this are in the S/4HANA as well because still there are clients, like there are some clients which are like core banking clients who are still not ready, or they are still not set to move their database to the cloud, or have their hiring functions moved to the cloud, or their people management to the cloud. So for them, yeah, I think this is still an effective solution. So they are still continuing with the S/4HANA and then not moved to success factors yet.
Thanks.
Okay, no problem. Yes, so any other queries on this before we move to the Fiori architecture deep dive? Have you all been using any S/4HANA in this, like sourcing and procurement? Has anybody come across an application called as Ariba? So like we have success factors for HR, we have something called as Ariba also.
Yes.
Ariba is again, it was launched by as SAP almost, I think, 5 to 6 years ago only. It was a separate application, but then it was procured by SAP, and then now it is SAP proprietary from the time it was procured. And then, yeah, from as compared to S/4HANA sourcing and procurement, I think Ariba is much more advanced. So, yeah, that is one of the very great application, as you said, for sourcing and procurement area. So yeah, this is the main topic for today. We'll be discussing about each of these layers of Fiori, what it provides, and how does it affect us. So we'll be talking about this in detail. I'll be providing you the live examples as well, which we can look into. So yeah, so this is about the Fiori architecture. So it is basically, here we see the 3-tier architecture as we see. So the initial is the first layer, which is called as the database layer. So it is powered by SAP HANA, and it is again, since it's a database layer where all the business data is securely stored. So it supports, both the transactional as well as the analytical processing with unprecedented speed. So the speed at which the SAP HANA database supports the Fiori UI, supports the SAP S/4HANA, is much better than any other databases which was previously there when we had ECC. So that's the database layer, and then this basically allows your Fiori applications to perform the complex analysis and operations in real time, and it enhances the entire decision-making process. So from security aspect at database, basically the security measures include the robust access controls, encryption of sensitive data at rest, and comprehensive auditing capabilities I can think of it supports. And then overall it ensures that only the authorized applications and users can access or modify the data, and then it safeguards against any unauthorized data breaches and leaks. So next comes the application layer. So this application layer, when I say, it is this SAP S/4HANA. So it basically is the heart of your Fiori's operation. It is running on the SAP gateway, and it is responsible for processing the user request, executing any business logic, fetching or storing data, I can say it supports, and it's all from the database layer it is in contact with, and then it works in integration with the database layer. And then basically this application layer acts as a bridge between the user-facing presentation layer, which is the layer above it, and the data-centric database layer. From a security aspect, we can say that in the application layer, authentication of user requests, authorization checks, all of it ensures that the users have the right to perform the requested operations, and session management is also there in order to prevent any unauthorized access. It also includes the validation of input data to protect against any attacks, any malicious attacks, we can say. And the implementation of business rules are also there in this layer, so that it enforces the security policies. So next comes the presentation layer, which is the layer which the users see when they open the Fiori Launchpad. So the presentation layer in Fiori's architecture is where the real user interaction occurs. It is built predominantly using the SAP UI5, which is SAP's UI development toolkit for HTML5. And then this layer delivers applications that are both aesthetically pleasing and functionally rich. So the Fiori apps which we see, they can be more and more beautified, they can be more enhanced, the shape and size of those apps can be changed. So you can think of this layer as like a website which we see. So different websites have different UI, they have different icons, different type of buttons are there, different type of, when you hover over it, what kind of information you get. So all of this can be controlled in this layer. And then SAP UI5, when I say, So SAP UI5 provides a collection of libraries and controls that basically enables the developers to build responsive applications that automatically adjust and then they look great on any device, be it desktops or be it mobile phones. So yeah, that's about the presentation layer. And from a security aspect standpoint, I mean, this layer is crucial because for implementing any front-end security measures, it enforces the client-side authentication and authorization checks before rendering any sensitive information to the user. So in this layer, it's the authentication types which we discussed and the authorization checks which we discussed in the previous classes. In this layer, all the combination of both happens, and then once it is successful, then only the rendering of sensitive information to the user is done. Additionally, it ensures that the secure communication with the application layer is through HTTPS, and it is basically protecting your data in transit from any tampering or any eavesdropping, etc. Yeah, that's about the architecture of SAP. Oh, sorry, the Fiori security. I also have another document. Let me share this. So we can. I'll ask the team to embed it in the slides as well. So yeah, so because it is more detailed, and then I think this will be more beneficial from your understanding, so that you can try to walk through it and then try to understand how the entire Fiori architecture works instead of just thinking about the layers which we would discuss prior to this. So in this diagram, you see that there are two parts. One is the backend system and the other is the front-end server. So basically, this diagram is representing your central hub model in which your backend and front end is different. But in the embedded model, both can be in one system as well. But from a presentation standpoint, consider it as an embedded system only, where you are thinking that in embedded also you'll have your Fiori and you'll have your S4 both in one system. But how does it operate when we think about it from the backend? I mean, from behind the scenes, not backend. So what all things happen, what all thing is linked to what, so that we will discuss going forward in this session. So let's start with the backend only. So here, everything will remain the same. You'll still go to PFCG. You'll create your roles. Those roles will generate the profiles and the authorization defaults will check. So all of it remains the same when it comes to the backend system, where it's the same way what you used to do in ECC. The same happens here as well. And now coming to the front-end server. So front-end server is something where the entire shift of SAP S4HANA will be seeing. So here, your role creation still remains the same. You'll go to PFCG, you'll create the role, but here you'll not be adding any T codes to the roles. So instead of T codes, what you'll be adding is the catalogs and groups. And what is a catalog, what is a group? We can dive into that in the coming classes. But yeah, in the role, you'll be basically putting your catalogs and groups. And those catalogs and groups would in turn contain your tiles and target mapping. And those tiles and target mapping are responsible for you to allow you access to the Fiori application. Like this basically is a front-end server or your front-end system where your PFCG role you create, and then that role basically is granted to the user. And then what that user sees in the Fiori Launchpad is something which is a combination of, again, catalog, group, it providing access to tile and target mapping, and then in turn, it provides access to your Fiori application. So if you think about it, about say an example of create sales order. So for create sales order is an Fiori application. So if a user tries to click on create sales order, so what all things happen? So that we can try to pictureize, or we can try to imagine in terms of how this diagram is structured. So step one, it would be the user authentication and authorization again. So as soon as the user logs in, the user will access the Fiori Launchpad via web browser, where the user is getting authenticated. The authentication process will ensure that the user is who he claims to be. Then this could involve a username, password, or a single sign-on, or any MFA if a client has implemented it. And then depending on the organization security policies. So once the user is logged in, the system will check the user's roles and permissions to ensure that the authorizations are present to access the create sales order application. And then again, this role-based access control, when I say, which is implemented after the user has authenticated, is based on the PFCG roles. which the user has. So which might include any specific Fiori catalog that contains the application. So with the once that authorization is done, the user is able to see that app and then he can click on that app. So the second step comes with the Fiori launchpad and the tile interaction. So as soon as the user is logged in and the system has checked about the authentication and authorization, the next comes the tile display part. So if the user has the necessary permissions, so the Fiori launchpad will display the create sales order tile among the other authorized applications which the user may have access to. So each tile basically is configured with the metadata, including a title, icon, and most importantly, the target mapping, which we are seeing here. So basically this tile, what we say, so this tile and target mapping, both of them have some technical reasons are there, which we will see in the hands-on sessions as well. That if you do not provide the target mapping, or if you miss the tile, what happens, or like what's the combination of tile plus target mapping. So all of it present, then the user would be able to display the app. Then finally, when the user clicks on the title, the launchpad uses the target mapping information to request the corresponding Fiori app from the front-end server. So as soon as the user clicks on the title, this target mapping is involved, and then finally it leads to opening of the Fiori application. So how does the front-end server process it once the tile has been clicked by the user? So the front-end server, which is basically your SAP gateway, it receives the request for create sales order app, and then it checks if the app is available and if the user has necessary permission to it. So this thing basically, where once you are there in the Fiori app, you are clicking on it, it basically calls your OData services, and then it takes you to your backend server, where it checks that if you have got that authorization to work on that application. So basically this OData service, when we say, so this is a link between your front-end server and your backend server. And that's why, I mean, we'll see that as well, that respective OData services in the system for that Fiori application needs to be activated. And the reason for getting it activated is it basically serves as a interaction between your backend and your front-end. If this OData is not present, then, I mean, having just the Fiori app will not make you, it will just be for your display purpose, and then the actual purpose of creating the sales order will not happen. So as soon as you do that, basically the front-end OData services are being called, and the front-end server makes a call to the back-end server via the OData services to fetch any required data to initialize the application, such as the sales order types, customer information, pricing conditions. All of it is basically stored in your data provider in your PFCG role in the backend. So let's look at the backend server processing, which would be your step 4 here. So here the data retrieval happens. The backend server, where the ERP system is residing, processes the OData request. It again performs any authorization checks for your data access. It retrieves the necessary data from the database and sends it back to the front-end server. So it refers to it, and then this again goes back to your front-end server. And the business logic, when we talk about, so any business logic required to create sales order app is executed again on the backend server itself. So as soon as that OData service has been called, so the data provider will check it. It will check if it has the necessary authorization, and then parallelly, it will call the business logic as well. So this will ensure that the data and the processes are basically aligned to your business rules, and validations are there, so that a backend server processing completes it's all the checks, and then it finally sends the next call to your front-end server again. So the next step is the application rendering and the interaction. How does the user see it when he clicks on it, when he goes inside the app? So the front-end server basically receives the data request from the back-end server, and it renders the create sales order application in the user's browser. So the development toolkit for HTML5, which is SAP UI5, that comes into picture then, and then it ensures that the application is responsive and it provides a consistent user experience across devices. So for your UI5 to start operating, so the actual Fiori app which we were working on is the create sales order app, and then it was designed on UI5 code. For it to start working, all of the previous steps needs to be aligned, and then once that is done, then it's the responsibility of UI5 to ensure that whatever device the user is working on. The Fiori app adapts to that device if it is applicable to that Fiori app, that it supports the multiple devices, and then it makes sure that the user experience across all the devices wherever the user is trying to access it is consistent. And then finally the user interacts with the application, it enters any details for the new sales order, and as the user inputs the data, further OData services also may be called in order to validate the inputs or to retrieve any additional information dynamically. So this call to backend server and then from backend to front-end server, it's not that only one time it happens. I mean, as in when the user interacts inside in the create sales order or any other application, that is a dynamic thing which keeps on repeating. And then, yeah, so the information exchange between the front-end backend server happens via the OData services. Then finally, the sales order creation step, once the user completes the sales order details and submits the order, the front-end server sends this data to the backend server via again the OData services. And then the backend server processes the sales order creation request. It executes the necessary business logic again to create the sales order in SAP ERP system. It ensures that all data integrity and business rules are upheld, nothing is compromised there. And then finally, the confirmation. So after the sales order is successfully created, a confirmation including sales order number is sent back to the front-end server, which then displays it to the user. So that's the entire channel where it happens from the time you click on create the sales order, from the time the user logs in to clicking on it, and then finally creating the sales order. So all of it is basically controlled via this channel of Fiori architecture, which we see. So when we see here, so like this yellow ones, which you see, the auth ones. So because when you see the architecture, there are different colored icons. I mean, one is the yellow, one is this orange, one is this gray. So all of it is not something which we are responsible of. We as security consultants are responsible of the yellow colored bits. So wherever you see yellow, this is something which we need to create, or we are responsible for any troubleshooting or any areas which goes wrong here. And the gray ones or the light gray ones, these are something which are dependent on the developers and the admin teams or the basis teams. So this is something the UI2 Launchpad data service. So what we need to do make sure is the user has access to the Launchpad. But for Launchpad to work effectively, I mean, there are OData services which are specific to the Launchpad, which are called Launchpad OData services, which in turn has some data provider Launchpad logic. So this is something which the developers or the UI5 consultants need to work upon. And then they need to ensure that those are in place for the Launchpad to keep on working and supporting the user so that he faces no issue when he launches the Launchpad. Because he will have, from a security standpoint, he will have all the roles, he will have all the authorization to launch the Launchpad. But if these services are missing, then again, it would cause issue and then the user won't be able to work on the Launchpad effectively. So yeah, that was about this Fiori architecture and how the call happens, what all things go. And yeah.
In front end, there is
Yes,
one
yes.
PFCG role is there. In back end, again, there is one PFCG role is there. Exactly what Excel contains means what kind of roles we can provide in front end PFCG role and what kind of roles we can, like authorizations we can perform in back end.
So yeah, so when it comes to the backend PFCG and front end PFCG, as I told, so your backend PFCG role will contain the same. The VA01, I think, is the T code. If I continue with this example, it will have this T code, and then it will have the respective authorization objects and everything. So it will be your same role which you used to have, and your PFCG role in the front end, where when it comes, it will not have any T code. It will not have any auth objects in turn will be there, but it is not something which you need to deal upon. So the front end role will contain your catalog group, or if the group is not there, it will have spaces. It will have your respective OData services depending on what OData services are required. So your backend role will be continued to be the same, and your front end role will contain the Fiori related things. Yeah.
Yes. So in front end role, we can assign like catalog groups or OData services, right? As a security consultant, we can assign those things in the role. Or Fiori developers can assign.
No, it is our responsibility only to assign catalogs, groups, spaces, OData services. Like if there are custom OData services required, I mean, that's something which the developers would need to create, and then they need to inform you, and then you can add it. But yeah, even like coming to custom groups, custom catalogs, that's something which we can create as well, which will be having a hands-on also. But again, yeah, it's our responsibility to add it in the role. You can treat it as a T code, which you are adding to a backend role. Similarly, in that fashion, you need to add catalogs and groups to the role.
But we can't create catalogs and groups or OData services, but we can assign those things in the role as a security consultant, right?
No, you can create catalogs and groups. So there are two things. One is the standard catalogs and groups, which are available directly as a standard T code when you add it to the role. The standard catalogs and groups are available. Then comes the custom catalogs and groups. So custom catalogs and groups also we can create. Like there's a separate launchpad for it where you need to go and create it. So both of them are possible. Creation of custom catalogs, custom groups, both of them as a security consultants, we can do that. And even the addition is something which we need to do. But then while creating custom also, there are different things like this tile and target mapping. If this tile and target mapping is also something which we are using as a custom, then again, developers would need to pitch in and then they would need to create it for us. But if you are using a custom catalog which uses the standard tile and target mapping, then that's something which falls on us that we need to create it. But then again, I've seen different things. I've seen in different projects, even developers taking the role of creating all the custom catalogs and groups. So, but yeah, good for you to know that how to create it so that if it comes on security, we can create it as well. But yeah, coming from, if you need to develop anything completely from scratch, which is not available in the SAP Fiori apps library, then that's something which developers would need to create.
So if we are getting a chance to create like a catalog and group, then obviously we should create OData services also, and then interlink with the front end. Or maybe we can use the existing OData services with the catalogs and group. If we are creating any new catalog or a group.
Yes, yeah. So if you are creating a new catalog and group, then also, what we can do is, if the OData services which are responsible for the custom catalog and group, those should be present in the system. If, those are present and those are not activated, what we can do at most is we can activate those services. Like there are again two kinds of services, existing service. But if you require for creation of OData service, that's something which requires UI5 coding knowledge. So that's something which we can't delve upon unless you are aware of how to code the UI5 thing. So that's something where developers would need to assist us. And then once they have done it, if they are creating custom OData, they'll also need to create the custom tile, the custom target mapping. So because this is something which I have seen that developers tend to miss upon. Though they create the OData services, they tend to miss upon the tile and target mapping. And then this is something which again affects us from a security standpoint, because as a security consultants, we need to ensure that the tile, target mapping, OData service, all of it is intact for a Fiori app to function. Because for a custom Fiori app or a standard Fiori app, those things are mandatory. For standard Fiori apps, that is something which SAP provides us from standard. And for custom, again, we need to ensure that tile and target mappings are also created by the developers when they are doing any customizations.
So we can view the tile and please. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you can continue. I was saying that, we have it covered in the Fiori best practices as well. That what all things we need, consider whenever any customization is pitched in. Because I think this is again an area where developers, security consultants, basis consultants, all of us have some roles defined. And then we need to ensure that they are doing their job in order for us to continue with our job. So I want to ensure that we are clear that what we need to do. Yes. You were saying something.
So we can, in the front end, the PFCG, we can assign like catalog and group, and even we can assign like tile and target mappings also, or otherwise we can give only catalog and group, then it will come automatically.
The tile and target mapping is also something which you need to do, but that you don't need to do in the role. That's something which you need to do while you map a catalog to a Fiori app. So whenever you do that, it will automatically, it needs to be present in the catalog basically. And when you map corresponding catalog to the role, so that is basically pulled in as part of the backend authorizations. So that need not be specifically added. So tile and target mapping is not something which goes inside the role as an item which we need to add.
Item.
Like we are,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that doesn't happen that way.
So Fiori app and tile is same, right? Maybe it's different. Like it, whenever we go for the launch pad, Fiori tiles are, which is I think the same, right? Maybe it's different.
Yeah,
Sometimes we are
SAP
calling
has,
as a tile, and sometimes we are calling as a Fiori app.
yes, correct. So basically, tile, when SAP has named it confusingly, but yeah, I'll try to clear that difference. So tile is something which is present in your screen, and then the name of it, which you click on it. So it's basically an app launcher, you can say, which is available. And Fiori app, again, is a combination of your tile and target mapping. But what you see in the screen is called a Fiori application only. We need to call it Fiori app, but we tend to use Fiori tiles for it.
Sometimes, yes.
But the actual name or the justified name is a Fiori app for it. And then tile is again something which is like a sub part of a Fiori app, you can say.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Can you brief about the model provider, how it is acting and what is the job for that one?
Yeah, sure. So model provider, basically, it is something which runs the OData service, picks your front-end service request, and then it moves to your back-end server. Before that, we have this model provider which is present, and it basically acts to translate the front-end server requests to your starting the Fiori authorizations. So whenever you start the Fiori, whenever you click on the Fiori app, so there are different type of OData services which get triggered. So there, like one OData service basically goes to your backend system, and then it triggers the respective business logic and everything. And then there's a model provider. The model provider's job is to ensure that whenever you click on it, so whatever service is required to start the Fiori app. So again, that is something which the developers would need to ensure that is present. So it just translates that thing to the start of the authorizations, which are basically provided to the front-end server itself. So the model provider's work is to make sure that for starting the Fiori app, the respective authorizations are present, and then it translates it from your OData to your starting authorizations. But it is something which we would not deal more upon. This is something which the developers would need to make sure that it is present for that Fiori app. So that falls under their area, model provider, not much of something which we would need to troubleshoot upon.
Okay.
Hey there, want to master SAP S for HANA security? Our course is designed just for you. Learn at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S for HANA security. It's all about keeping your SAP system safe and sound, from managing user access to protecting data. We cover everything you need, from the basics to advanced security measures. Created by experts with tons of experience, our instructors are top-notch pros, ready to guide you and answer all your questions. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful the course is. People like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's budget-friendly. You get top-quality learning without breaking the bank. Ready to secure your SAP S/4HANA skills? Sign up now on our page. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
In terms of the yellow bits which you are saying, are you clear? How does they play the role? How are they different? Even the catalog, group, launchpad, at least, I'm not saying the end-to-end knowledge of each of them, but at least from a UI standpoint, how are you seeing what all things is required? If there's any confusion in the entire workflow, from where it starts, where it goes, is it all clear? So we can move to the next part then. So I also have a simplified diagram which is available. Let me share that as well. So it's not required for every time for you to think about the technical diagram which we saw in the previous Word file. But this is something which is helpful for us to continue with our day-to-day Fiori security job as well. So as you see in this, so the user would be granted PFCG role. This is talking about the front end only. So that role would contain a group and a catalog, or in terms of the new thing, just replace the group with a space. But for now, I think I'll be just calling it a group for now. So let's just be fixed with group only. So the role would contain a group and a catalog. And then both of them, the catalog and group, would contain the tile and target mapping. and those would in turn provide access to the Fiori application. So this is a simplified diagram of the complex diagram which we just saw. So you can just try to remember this from a security standpoint, that if you are creating a role, it needs to have a group and a catalog. And the further tile and target mapping is something which is contained inside it. So you don't need to put it in the role, inside the role. And once you have put the corresponding catalog and group, that will help you in making sure that the Fiori application access is assigned to the user. Yeah, that was something in short which you can try to remember. I'll try to make sure that these two images are also embedded in the slides. So you can try to have it, you can try to go through it, and then maybe come back to me if you face any questions. Because I think architecture is very important for you to understand how it works. And yeah, I think that will help you in even troubleshooting issues as well. So yeah, just try to make sure you have a good grasp of the architecture, what happens where. So it is definitely useful for us going forward. So let me jump back to the slides again. So let me talk something about the Fiori security best practices as well. So that before we jump on to the next topic of deployment, let's discuss upon the Fiori security best practices so that you are aware of it, at least on a glimpse, that what all things you need to take care of, and then it will allow you in making sure that you are trying to embed it in your client landscapes as well. So implementing the best practices for SAP Fiori security is essential because it protects again your sensitive business data, it ensures the compliance, and provides a seamless, secure user experience. So as SAP Fiori applications are becoming increasingly integral to our business operations, securing them and then making sure that they are protected against all your threats and vulnerabilities is definitely a paramount. And some of the key best practices which we can think of is, the first thing comes again is a strong authentication and authorization mechanism. So we need to ensure that we have a strong authentication and authorization in place. That's basically a base for us in order to ensure that Fiori apps are secured. Because if you have everything secure and your authentication is something which is lacking, or your authorization is lacking, so there can be a total breach of who can access what, and that's something which we do not want to be happening. So we need to make sure that we have a strong authentication and strong authorization mechanisms in place. Then next is securing your gateway and backend systems. So basically protecting your gateway and backend, or in case of embedded, it would be one system only, and in case of central hub, it is like gateway and backend, which they call. Gateway refers to basically your Fiori system. So you need to make sure that if those are two different, or if it's a one system as well, those are intact, and then each of the systems is secure. And basically the gateway system will be your point of entry for your Fiori apps. So it needs to be ensured that we have the security measures to prevent any unauthorized access. So here, I mean, not only us, I mean, we are responsible for it. So there's a network security team who basically deals with the firewalls and other layers as well. So we need to ensure that they are working together with us, or if there's a separate team who are operating and then whom we don't interact with. So at least from some user testing or negative testing, we need to see that if we are trying to log in, I mean, just from a layman language, if we are trying to log in by the user credentials of other user, then is it allowing us? And then if we are able to get in, what kind of access are we having? Is it replicating the access which is present in the roles as assigned to him, or is it something which is more than what he is getting? So all of those checks we need to ensure. So then it will ensure that our systems are secure. Coming to backend systems, yes, I mean, we need to ensure that we are regularly applying the security notes which are released to ensure that any patches or any known vulnerabilities are addressed. Additionally, restricting direct access to the backend system also should be restricted for any, I mean, suspicious activities. But yeah, I mean, I think more as in when we move to embedded system, there can't be separate protection rules for backend and front end. It has to be one system. But yeah, we need to ensure that even for that one system, we are regularly applying any SAP notes available, so that is something which is protecting our SAP system and then enhancing the features of the SAP system which we have, so that overall the safety and the security of the system is maintained. So next is securing your OData services. So as we talk about OData services, I think most of you would have heard about this term for the first time, or if you would have been working with it. So would anybody would like to speak up about like what do they understand when I'm talking about OData services? I mean, have you about this
I
term?
think
Yeah.
OData services is fetching the data, right, from backend to frontend.
It is not fetching the data. It basically helps you in conveying the data from your front-end server to your back-end server. So, I mean, fetching data is something which happens from SAP Fiori itself. You know?
Yeah, it's like a protocol of the SAP uses for to take the data from an end user and process into the backend system.
Yes, correct, Prashant. So, yeah, it is definitely a processing of data from backend to front end, and then it is a protocol, and then it's basically a universal protocol which is being followed. So, I mean, I initially had difficulty in understanding how OData services are there and then how they used to work. So, I mean, like there was an example which I gave in my previous trainings as well. So I'll just like to tell you, I mean, try to make it more understandable for you from all of you guys. So so just try to imagine that if you're at a large international food festival with dozens of food stalls, each representing a different country's cuisine, and then you are interested in trying various dishes. But there's a catch that you don't speak all the languages of stall owners. So it's since it's representing different countries' cuisine, so you need to ensure that you speak all the languages in order to get the food. So how do you order the food since there is a catch? So this is where you would need a universal menu or an interpreter, I would say. So someone who can communicate your order to each stall owner regardless of the language barrier and bring the food directly to you. So basically in this analogy, the food festival represents the internet or a network where various applications and services exist, because these Fiori apps, the UI5 services, and all of it is again present on the internet. So basically, this is something which is like various services which exist, and the different languages spoken by the stall owners. We can think of it as representing the various ways in which these services and applications store and manage their data. So as a user or another application who wants to access this data or order the food in this example, you face a challenge because of the diversity and the complexity of accessing each data source directly. So you can't just reach out to any particular data source directly, and then for that you need to ensure that you have something which interprets it, which passes on from one point to another. So that's where the OData services comes in, and it acts basically as the universal menu and the interpreter in this scenario basically. So OData, it basically stands for your Open Data Protocol, and it's a standard that makes it easier for your applications to communicate and exchange the data, regardless of how each application stores its data or which programming language it uses. Whether it uses a ABAP programming language, whether it uses UI5, or going forward maybe UI7, UI8. I mean, more and more different programming languages may come in, but regardless of that, OData services basically will help you in your exchanging the data, regardless of how it stores its data or whichever programming language it uses. So basically, it provides a uniform way to query and manipulate the data sets through a simple web URLs. So it uses the simple web URLs in order to query and manipulate the data, and then receiving it exactly the way you want it in your system. Like in this example, you will receive the food which you wanted to order if you had that universal interpreter. So in simpler terms, if I talk about, so your OData protocol is a universal menu, and just as a menu lists what all things you can order, OData basically describes the type of data available from an application and how you can query the data as well, and the operations you can perform on the data. Like you can create, read, update, delete, the CRUD, which we know more in general. So OData basically is that. I mean, it's like a universal menu which tries to work as an interpreter. And when I talk about interpreter, so basically here, I mean, we'll take your order or your data request it will interpret it, it will communicate it to the respective underlying database or the application where the data is stored, and it brings your data as you have requested in a way that you can use it and you can understand it, no matter the data format or the database structure of the original application. So yeah, I think this basically is the simplicity and the universality of the OData services, which makes it essential tool in this world of software development, especially for creating an interconnected systems. And just like this food festival example which I gave, where the universal menu and interpreter makes it easy for everyone to order what they want. So OData services also simplify the processes for accessing and working with the data across the diverse platform and technologies. So that was about the OData, because this was something which was a bit confusing for me. But yeah, I thought of taking this example in order to make you understand that what does it exactly does, what does it take from Fiori app, what does it give. So that is something which OData helps the SAP system in the entire Fiori architecture. So hope it's more clearer, I believe.
So it's clear now.
So coming to the best practices again. So securing the OData services. So you need to ensure that you have your OData services secured. You need to limit the exposure of your sensitive data by restricting the OData services to only the necessary operations and entities. You need to ensure that your OData services require authentication, and then they also properly enforce the authorization checks. And you need to regularly audit the usage of your OData services as well. We will see that, how do you do that? But yeah, you need to ensure that you audit them and then you monitor any unusual or unauthorized access patterns. So that's something which remains a universal, that your monitoring of your unusual or unauthorized access patterns is something which you need to monitor, irrespective of whether it's on-premise, cloud. So that's something which you regularly would need to do. And then next comes is the educating your users on the security best practices. So security awareness training is something which you would definitely need to provide the users with. So providing users with security awareness training, to helping them to recognize any potential security threats, or guiding them on how to leverage the new Fiori Launchpad, what all things can they customize if the customization is allowed for them, so that they don't end up in asking us the repetitive questions multiple times, because even from their end, like, it's something new which is coming. They may be not used to using SAP itself or not using SAP Fiori since the time it launched. So we need to ensure that we are educating the users also on a security awareness training kind of thing, and then it will help us in ensuring that our Fiori system, which we design, is able to operate effectively by the end users. And then the technical things which we are doing is getting translated into the actual business logics, actual business related things which the business or the end users would need to work upon. So the next topic is the S4HANA deployment options. So why this would be important for us it is as important to us as we are doing the Fiori architecture, we are implementing the Fiori, because deployment options is the first thing which we would need to propose the clients, that what model they want to adopt or they can adopt based on their current landscape, what they are using. And based on that only, the next part of designing the Fiori for the client would come in. So that's where we need to make sure that we are thorough about the deployment models which are offered by SAP. And then accordingly, once we are thorough, we can try to understand the client's landscape. We can try to understand what all is his probable future outlook, and then what all things are possible in the deployment options which we can accordingly suggest the clients upon. So basically, there are two types of offerings which are aggregated. One is as a service and the other is as a product. So when it comes to as a service, there are two offerings which the SAP has in SAP S4HANA Cloud. So when it comes to as a service, it is software as a service. And then you have two options. One is the private cloud and the other is the public cloud. And when it comes to the product, it is SAP S4HANA on-premise. So both of these offerings are segregated into two, as a service and as a product. And as a product, there's only one offering, which is SAP S4HANA on-premise, which mostly SAP is trying to get it deprecated or removed. And it would be sticking on as a service only, which would be your either private cloud or public cloud. I think the majority of the new clients which you guys also would be working upon would be private or public cloud, because as a product was something which was launched by SAP, which is SAP S/4HANA on-premise, and gradually SAP is trying to move away with it. But yeah, still it is available. They have not completely removed it. But yeah, for all the new clients, it is mainly either the private or the public. Majority are going with private cloud because of multiple reasons, which we'll see about the pros and cons, and then what all flexibility it offers. But yeah, coming to deployment options, we have three options currently available. The private cloud, and the offering for it is RISE with SAP. The public cloud, the offering for it, the bundled package which SAP provides is RISE with SAP for private cloud, and for public cloud, it's GROW with SAP. So, and for on-premise, there is no bundled package. It's just SAP S/4HANA on-premise, which it provides. So, coming to the cloud deployment options which we have, or as a service options. So, basically, your cloud deployment for SAP S/4HANA revolutionizes how enterprises access, manage, or leverage the ERP capabilities. The S/4HANA basically provides you, the solutions which are based on the cloud deployment I'm talking about more closely. So it offers you the dynamic, flexible, cost-effective models. So that's the reason, SAP is trying to promote more on the cloud side of things, and then it is trying to stop the deployment option for it, which was as a product. So that's one of the few reasons. And the cloud deployment also leverages your cloud computing powers to deliver the SAP state-of-the-art ERP capabilities over the internet. It may be related to ensuring your businesses can scale, adapt to the market, and then without the heavy upfront costs or the infrastructure costs, to be precise, because whenever you used to take it as a product, the infrastructure cost was something, and the licenses associated with the on-premise deployment used to be high, and then you had to the client had to bone all of it on his own, which is not the case of cloud deployments. We will see further that why that's the case. So when it comes to your public cloud deployment, there are few characteristics of public cloud deployment. I think the cloud version is here. Yeah. So when it comes to the public cloud deployment, the characteristics are its multi-tenancy. So the most defining feature for the public cloud is its multi-tenant architecture, where a single instance of the software is dedicatedly supporting its infrastructure, and then it serves the multiple customers. And then each tenant is isolated, and then it remains invisible to any other tenants which are there. So you have your multiple tenants, and then all of them are working separately. So if there is a flaw which happens in one tenant, it will not affect the other tenant. And that's one of the advantage of your public cloud. And again, it comes in with a subscription model. So customers pay for the service on a subscription basis. So typically it's either annually or monthly, which covers the use of the software, its maintenance, and any ongoing upgrades. So when it comes to the subscription modeling, again, it's something which is decided at the time of purchase, that how would they want to pay for it, like what kind of licenses would they want, whether the licenses would be based on the users present in each of the tenant, or whether the licenses would be based on the overall applications they are procuring. So all of it is provided flexibility on when you opt for the public cloud deployment. And then one more characteristic of public cloud is it basically offers you a standardization. So it offers you a standardized version to all customers. So if you are going for public cloud and another client is going for another public cloud, so the features which you will get and which the other client would get would also be same. It would is like a standard software version to all customers, and that SAP also enables the rollout of updates and functionalities to all the users simultaneously. So in case of on-premise, what we used to see was, the rollout and updates were released, but then it was something which was depending on the client or the user, whether they want to adapt it to it or they want to adapt to it at a later point of time. So all of it is not there in the public cloud. It's like a standard software which is given. There are fixed update schedules which are maintained for next 2 to 3 years. And then based on that schedule, the corresponding updates keep on happening, and then the customers need to adapt to it. And then they need to make sure that their system is up to date. And then since it's hosted on public cloud, so it is secure enough. And then that's something which SAP owns. So the infrastructure part is not something which the client would need to own in case of public cloud. So yeah, these are some of the characteristics in which public cloud stands out. So if we need to think of a few examples, we can think about if there is a client who comes in and then he wants to, like, he has a request that he wants to start a startup maybe, and then with that startup is responsible for scaling the things rapidly. So as a tech startup which is experiencing rapid growth, and it opts for S/4HANA public cloud to manage its finance and HR processes, we can say. So the subscription model which they may opt for, it will allow them to avoid any hefty initial investments. So initial investments which are quite large for the on-premise developments or the on-premise deployments can be saved drastically when it comes to the public cloud deployment, because those things he can buy on a subscription basis, and will definitely avoid any hefty investments which the client would need to do. And it would avoid him, and then it would benefit him, I would say, from basically providing a scalable solution, and that will grow with the needs of the client. So as in when he wants to use more finance features, he can opt for it. As in when he wants to use more HR features, or he wants to opt in for something more than finance and HR, as in when the company grows, that's something which he can still try to opt based on the subscription basis he has secured. And if there's another client who has a seasonal business, so we can think of it as a retail company with some significant seasonal fluctuation in their business volume. They try to opt for S/4HANA public cloud. So for them, it would be basically to scale its resources up or down based on the demand. So if they try to opt for a model like a subscription in a way that they have the flexibility or sometimes scaling up. So like using more and more resources when the season is there, when they need more S/4HANA resources to work for them, they can try to do that. So that scale up and scale down is something which they can do. And then it will ensure the cost-effective operations without sacrificing on the performance. So if they take the few features which are, not that relevant for them, and then becomes readily available due to their seasonal business, so that's something which will not be a sacrificing parameter for them, because they'll have that flexibility to adopt to it. So that's about the public cloud. Any questions on the public cloud deployment? Let's move to in cloud deployment, we have another option which is called as private cloud deployment. So for private cloud, we usually have a single tenancy. So in private cloud, the infrastructure and services are maintained on a private network with a dedicated services for single customer. So in private cloud, we don't need to be worried about the regular updates, which we need to keep on doing every 3 months or 6 months. And then we can have a dedicated server, which is again hosted on cloud, but it is dedicated for the single customer or the single client which SAP provides. And that ensures that the higher levels of customizations and control are available in private cloud. So that's why, the more we'll discuss in this class also, or this entire training is on the private cloud only. So this basically allows you more customization, more control, and it is a dedicated server for the single customer, which is provided by SAP. So coming to customization and integration. So private cloud offers the flexibility to customize the ERP solution which the client has procured to fit any specific business processes. And it integrates seamlessly with any existing on-premise or cloud applications which the client may have. And it basically provides you a tailored ERP solution that aligns closely with the business requirements of the client. So customization and integration is something which you can definitely trust the private cloud upon. It will try to make sure that it provides you enough customization capabilities, enough integration capabilities, so that whenever any new solution is being procured or whenever any new customization needs arise, that's not something which you will feel the lag of, that you are unable to do it in the private cloud system. But again, customization is again something which should be limited. But yeah, I think that's something which depends from client to client, that how can we avoid that, or if there is a need, we definitely would need to do. So in private cloud, we will have that flexibility. Also, when it comes to security, we can say that private cloud provides you enhanced security, and compliance, because it's ideal for industries who have stringent data security or privacy regulations, or businesses with some specific compliance requirements, and it definitely allows for greater control over the security measures and compliance protocols. So that's why the major industries are preferring to go for private cloud, unless, they want to entirely, they have made their mind to move to public cloud and then move together with SAP in all the new things which they are releasing on a timely basis. So coming to few examples which I've seen, or some of the use cases for private cloud, like you can think of a finance institution who has very strict regulatory requirements. So a bank basically, when I think of finance institution, a bank would come to my mind first. So there's a global bank which you can think who chooses the SAP S/4HANA private cloud version, because it meets the bank's strict data security and regulatory compliance needs. So basically, the private cloud deployment option will allow the bank to customize its security measures and then ensure that its data residency with the required jurisdictions of the geography it's operating upon is taken care of. Next, you can think about like a global corporation who is seeking deep integration. So there's an international manufacturing company with some complex, highly customized processes which they had developed over time when they used to use ECC. So since it was a manufacturing company, it had highly customized processes. So they'll basically try to opt for this private cloud, because this would enable them to maintain deep integration with their legacy systems. So like they were not in a state to scrap off all their legacy systems. So that's where this SAP S/4HANA private cloud would be more suitable for them, as it will help them in ensuring that all their legacy systems are intact. I mean, not all, but majority of them are intact, which they still can't scrap off. And then they can still continue to leverage the cloud's scalability and efficiency, which the private cloud offers for its global operations. So like in conclusion, the cloud deployment options basically offers you businesses more flexibility, scalability, and operational efficiency, which is needed to thrive in the dynamic market which we have. And by choosing between the public cloud or the private cloud, the organizations can align their ERP strategy with their specific business requirements. So business requirements can be related to regulatory compliance, growth objectives, etc. They can be multiple. So with the examples, I think, which we discuss, it's evident that a company, whether it seeks the cost efficiency and the simplicity of the public cloud, or the customizations and the control offered by the private cloud, the cloud deployment options provide a powerful foundation for any digital transformation, and it makes sure that your operational excellence is not compromised, and it is something which is taken care of end to end. So that was on the cloud deployment options. So before we jump on to the on-premise deployment option, any queries on cloud deployment, any challenges you faced? Let's move to on-premise deployment options. So though SAP is trying to get away from the on-premise deployment option, but again, on-premise deployment is something which involves installing and running the ERP system on your own servers physically located within the organization's data center. So this is one of the things which SAP initially started their ECC systems with, and for on-premise deployments, they used to offer the same. So basically, this model gives the businesses complete control over their SAP environment, data, and security measures, though it requires significant upfront investment in hardware and infrastructure related resources, and the organization themselves is responsible for any ongoing maintenance, upgrades, and support of the system. So this is something which we need to think of when we are going for on-premise deployment, that these things will be there. You need to make sure that these things are communicated to the client, that once they go for on-premise deployment, all their security measures, their SAP environment, their data, the hardware related malfunctioning, it's something which a client would need to own. And then it would require a significant upfront investment in terms of hardware as well. So coming to on-premise deployment, it is basically ideal for organization with some specific needs for customizations, or again, the stringent data security guidelines, or maybe those clients who are like heavily regulated industries. So again, financial industries is something which I can think of. But then since SAP S/4HANA private cloud also offers these kind of customizations and it offers you less upfront investment there as well. So that becomes more ideal. But yeah, still on-premise deployment is something which is still present. So that's something which if the client wants to opt for, you can still suggest to opt for it depending on evaluating all the things which I mentioned about for the on-premise deployment. So anything else, let me think of from an on-premise standpoint which I've come across. So yeah, one thing is there that highly customizable, you can say the on-premise deployment option. So that's the one of the most compelling advantages, which I would say. It's highly customizable even if you compare it with the private cloud as well, because the organization can tailor their ERP systems to any unique processes, workflows, and integration needs. So this is possible. And then the second thing is the complete control. So having the ERP system on premises means the total control over the application environment, data, and the security measures, we can say. So organizations can implement security protocols that align with their policies. They can manage their data in-house, comply with any regulatory requirements which they may have, and then decide on the timing and approach of the system upgrades and maintenance by themselves only. So if I think about use case who still are going ahead with the on-premise version is there's a client which I work for it's again a global manufacturing firm. So basically that global manufacturing company has operations in multiple countries, and then it opts for an on-premise deployment of SAP S/4HANA. It opted for that because this decision was driven by the need for again the deep integration with proprietary manufacturing equipments which they had, and then they had to also adhere to various national data. There were various data residency laws which they had to follow. So that's why they had to opt for it. And then again, they had a desire to maintain a highly customized ERP system that will support its unique manufacturing processes. So the company invested in a robust in-house IT team, and then it invested a lot to manage the system and then develop a strategic plan for periodic upgrades also themselves. So yeah, basically the periodic system upgrades were there to leverage any new SAP innovations as well. So it was from there, and then they used to approach SAP on a timely basis to make sure that all the innovations, whichever is applicable for them, are there. And then they used to do, and they are still doing it by minimizing any disruption to its operations. So that's about the on-premise deployment. And the customizations when I talk about, they are beneficial definitely, but then sometimes they tend to complicate the upgrade processes. So if you have many customizations in your client, it may tend to complicate the upgrades which SAP tends to do. So it requires you thorough testing and potentially redevelopment also to ensure that the new versions, whichever the upgrade will be launching, is compatible with the customizations. And if not, then again, you'll need to come up with new customizations which are available and which are supported in the new versions, if I can say. So the organizations, whenever they are going for customizations, they must balance the need for customization with the ease of system maintenance as well. So we need to think about that. We need to do it in such a way that whenever a next upgrade happens, whether it is on-premise you are doing it, for private cloud you are doing, or for public cloud, you'll definitely would need to do. You can't skip that. So the customizations would need to align to that. And if not, then yeah, definitely you'll need to again redo the entire thing. So in conclusion, the on-premise deployment of SAP S/4HANA will offer you unparalleled control and customization capabilities, and it will make it a preferred choice for organizations with specific operational security and compliance requirements. Though it requires significant investments and dedicated resources for management, the long-term benefits of owning the software and infrastructure coupled with the ability to tailor to the business needs is something which will make it a valuable option. for many enterprises. So yeah, I think these are the things which we can talk to the clients when it comes to the on-premise deployment options. We talked about the cloud deployment, we talked about on-premise deployment, and we talked about the scope and the upgrades, how often they happen, for which deployment option you strictly need to follow the upgrades, and for which you can skip the upgrades, maybe have it at later point of time, and for which you need to ensure that upgrades are depending on how you plan to upgrade your infrastructure. So all of that is something which you will need to think upon when it comes to deployment options. There are further dedicated pros and cons also for each of this, that if you opt for one service, what will be the pros which you get, what will be the cons which you will get, which are mentioned further in the slides. And also there's something called as hybrid model, which is also something which many of the clients are going for, who are still not sure whether they want to go for full-fledged cloud or on-premise. They have still the flexibility of opting for hybrid. So hybrid model is also an interesting model which we can walk through in our next. So yeah.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a typical security role in SAP S/4HANA? Option A, Security Administrator. Option B, Basis Administrator. Option C, Network Engineer. Option D, Auditor. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to master SAP S/4HANA Security? Our course is designed just for you. Learn at your own pace right on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S/4HANA Security. It's all about keeping your SAP system safe and sound, from managing user access to protecting data. We cover everything you need, from the basics to advanced security measures. Created by experts with tons of experience, our instructors are top-notch pros, ready to guide you and answer all your questions. But don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about how helpful the course is. People like you have found this course incredibly useful. The best part? It's budget-friendly. You get top-quality learning without breaking the bank. Ready to secure your SAP S/4HANA skills? Sign up now on our page. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.